This is Mad Apple Extreme, live from the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company in Appleton, Wisconsin. Get ready for the extreme in pool entertainment. Welcome to the King of the Hill.
Greetings, Earth people. Welcome to another fun-packed edition of Mad Apple Presents King of the Hill. This is MH Podding Penglaze, and I'm here with my friend Kendall Quickfire Cook, as usual, in the comedy box.
Comedy.
Oh, did I say that? As we are about to start this very exciting match.
Indeed.
Is that right?
Indeed, yep. So basically 8-ball, which isn't a surprise. Duncan, I think, prefers that game. Mason felt like everybody's going to pick 8-ball against him because he didn't feel like he played it very well last week.
Huh. Good
but,
enough to win, though.
Yeah, it's good to have Duncan back. I like Duncan's game.
Yeah, and of course, I do remember commentating on... Did I commentate on it? Well, I think so, yeah, I must have. They had a one-pocket match, didn't they?
They did, yep. That was quite a few years ago.
That would have been on the 9-foot table.
Yep.
Things were kind of rearranged differently back then, wasn't there? There was a 9-foot table out here.
Well, I suppose I should get us a view up here, probably. So we're not looking on that tiny screen. Best way to watch this, put it up on your big screen, YouTube. Bigger the screen, the better the view. Do you remember that one?
What's that? No. Well, and first rack, I'd love to make a statement and be the one to go ahead.
Well, so you made a ball on the break, which for Mason is a good thing because I think when he struggles the most, he's not making balls on the break, as everybody does.
And the reason he hasn't shot yet, this next shot, is because he's got to figure out
Scoreboard is messed up.
How he's going to break that one stripe away from the 3-ball. Because without that, there's no good making any of these balls. So he's left himself a little angle here that he thinks he can follow with left-hand spin and zing into it. He's planning on being right there on the 11-ball thereafter. Now we'll see if he judges this little kiss on these two balls that are frozen together. He's pushing that tape, the boundary rope away back.
And he doesn't even really have a long cue anymore, so those must really be moved in.
Yeah, and guess who set them up a little bit too close?
You?
No, Mason.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get the scoreboard fixed, guys. Sorry about that.
And this is the kind of shot you have to really time it well. It's sort of like a little massé shot, and if you catch it just right, really zings off this rail. Well, he actually hit that plainer than I thought, and he just sort of plane followed it, I think. But that's absolutely perfect. So he's just, as he planned, nudged that stripe away from the 3-ball. And has now earned himself a chance to finish this rack.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Wow,
boy.
Look at that.
Yeah, he
So
would have rather shot this 15 next, but he's going to end up having to play the 11, I'm pretty sure.
I obviously couldn't tell. It didn't look to me like he had to go across the table, but he survived that shot.
Oh, he did get the 15. Okay. Yeah,
And
that's
you-
good because
that was
that'll
a-
work perfect.
That was a
He's not-
lovely little shot. That
Yeah.
a lot of people would be thinking just roll forward and play the 11 into the longer pocket. But if you hit it like that, it's just perfect.
I think he's got the side pocket here, so I think you'll see him come out pretty far.
Yeah. And this is why winning the lag is important.
All right. Starts out strong.
Last shot Duncan had was the lag shot.
All right, Garrett Trust chiming in right away. He's guessing 15-9 Mason. Anybody else have a guess what they think it might be tonight? So, for those of you just joining, this is the King of the Hill. It's here at the Mad Apple, and it's on Mad Apple Extreme every week on Friday, 7:30. Try to bring you some good matchups, some real close battles, and that's how we like to see it. So hopefully these guys all play good. We got Mad Matt saying that exactly. He said hope both play well, and we have a battle. And he says good luck to both. And let's see. Avenue Auto checking in. And Joe, hello again, in the booth. Go Mason. What's going on, Joe?
Well, it's been the perfect start so far for Mason.
All right, David picking 15-12. Duncan over Mason. Nothing going on the break there, so Duncan going to get his chance at the table here.
That's right, and he hit that well, and the cue didn't make it to any rail. But no ball in, and whether a ball drops or not, changes the match now. Mason, instead of breaking and running the first 2 racks in a row.
Duncan's retired, so, I mean, all he does is play pool now. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying. Oh, boy.
Very first shot.
Not the way he wants to start that out.
And that's going to hurt.
Yeah, I don't know, though. Is Mason going to take solids or stripes here? I think it's questionable. It's tough. You got all those balls in the middle of the table for stripes, which makes it a lot tougher, honestly. I do like solids better here. I'm not sure if Duncan got the angle to get down on the 2 off the 6 here. If he did, he's not sitting too bad.
I think solids look good. You take the 3 ball first and just pick those balls off.
That's right. I like the 6 and roll up into the 2-4, but he's going to take stripes.
Because the 7 and then the 6 till last would have worked for solids there, but
I
a moo point. Now he's got to get these 2.
12 goes
stripes.
between the 1 and the 3. I mean, that's all you really got to look at.
And the 14 probably does too.
So the key shot here is to get over to that
right.
12 ball, which I think he comes off the 15 here. Comes down for the 12 right now.
You need a nice little angle.
Get that ball out of there.
Transition down, and he's got that angle. And if you play kind of a stun shot here, it bounces off the side rail.
Oh, what am I saying? The 14 goes there too. This isn't tough. I think this is a good choice to go.
Nice
straight.
stun over. 90-degree stun shot. Would have actually liked to have gone a little bit lower, wouldn't he? A little bit of draw might have helped.
Yeah, I think I would have tried to play down for the 14 or the 12 and knowing that you got the 10 there just in case. But
yeah, and the 12 ball goes in both pockets too, so.
Just held it up. It's funny, though, those little shots, if you get out of line, sometimes you get back in, but sometimes it just keeps
well, that's right.
Off,
and the exact inch that he stops at answers that. This could have been simpler than it is. He's now kind of a little bit weird on all 3 of these balls. He could shoot any one of them, but all of them, the cue balls.
This shot. It's going to come back for the 12 right now. Yeah, good shot. Perfect, actually. Perfect speed. Nice stop shot here, 9 on the side.
I'd say that was a good recovery.
Yeah. Yeah, Mason's found some stuff lately, and I don't want to curse him, but I mean,
no, you better not.
He's figured some things out, so it's fun to see him take that even one more step. But Duncan's here to play, I can tell you that. I've watched Duncan over the years destroy people.
Well, yeah, so no doubt about it. You can't take Duncan Kaufman lightly at all. And if Mason misses a few shots,
legend in the state, actually.
Duncan probably wins, but
Hall of Fame player. All right, Mason with 2. Uh-oh, they got now the score's still screwed up. Oh, they're sitting in the wrong spot.
Mm-hmm.
So now none of the graphics match. Yeah, it's all right. Whatever.
Well, lucky you haven't put the Fargo in there too.
I'll fix it. Mason should know better.
Man, it's going to be a very different match between if balls are going in on the break and if they're not.
What is Mason's a 694, right? 694, and Duncan is a 675. Duncan went up a point since the last time he was here. Oh, I think actually Mason went up a point too. I think he's actually a 695.
Well, on that one,
queued up tournament.
Several balls threatened to go in, and I would say they were all so close to going in that you probably would count that as a good break and do it again next time. But none of them actually did fall, so Duncan's in with a really nice wide open table here.
Well, and he's got to make up for that last shot. He's got to get that out of his head and just take care of this. Because 2 games in a race to 15 is nothing, really.
Yeah. Looks like if you are thinking about solids, you've got a 2-13-7 combination in the side. But stripes have that pocket covered down there, and there's no reason. Well, the 13 ball is the only reason
6 ball
not to take stripes, but the 6 ball is tougher for solids. Yeah, so stripes looks good here.
Half an inch away from being able to shoot the 13 right there.
Right, and if he could have, he would have. But he's still got a way to get on it, and it does have a pocket down past the 9 ball.
Yeah, especially if he's got this angle, which I think he does. This is just a nice float forward. Just try and stay off the 5, so you don't want to go too far forward. Oh, no. Overcut it.
What happened? Yeah.
Well, we're going to attribute that to nerves. Stream nerves. Very un-Duncan-esque.
Well, and he didn't really get here early and warm up at all, did he?
Yeah, he was.
Was he?
He's here this afternoon.
All right.
Yeah.
But me and Mason both fine-tuned this table, and Mason tested it afterwards with slow rolling shots, out pockets.
Yeah,
and
it's still off.
I'm
glad they're bringing us a new slate.
Well, whatever. No, the table's playing perfect right now.
No, it's not. We just checked it right before, and Mason agreed.
Right.
It was close. But it was still diving off corner to corner. And that's what it was doing the last time when we had the debacle, when we did it before the last match. And then the same thing happened again this time. And they replaced the box.
It's a lot better now than last week.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that phrase, extreme nerves. Extreme.
Yeah. I don't think Duncan's nervous. I think he's just a lapse in judgment, really. He's playing quickly. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
There's the reminder. I should have had Caden Hillman in here tonight. What's he doing here? 7 ball? Yep.
Oh, wow. And makes 2 stripes in that pocket. One of them was probably planned.
Tied up the 6. Still work to do, but anyways, so Caden Hillman should have been here. Caden and I went down to the Willie Munson.
Oh, yeah, I never asked you how that went.
We won.
And I tried to look at the bracket, but it wasn't on.
Yeah, they didn't post it.
It didn't, yeah. All right. You won.
Yeah, Caden and I won. Yeah. Took it down.
I can't believe you didn't tell me that already.
Undefeated. And
wow, that's awesome.
What a lot of fun.
At the Willie Munson tournament
get to play with Caden.
Milwaukee.
He was excited to play with me. I was excited to play with him.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you should have had him in the box. And I could have had the night off.
Nah. Everybody would miss that British accent. Hey, guys, make sure you get out there and share. This is going to be a great match. We got a legend in the state of Wisconsin, Duncan Kaufman, taking on my son, the young gun, Mason. He says he feels old. He's 23.
Mason?
Yeah.
So this is all about ending up with a nice angle on that 2 ball.
I think it's
Probably after these 3 balls are gone, because he's got to get on the 5 ball the long way too. So it looks like
I
he's
honestly think I'd shoot it now and try and bump the 5 out, and you know you got the 1. You
in
know?
3 shots from now. He's going to shoot the 5 and then the 2 into the same pocket.
Or he saves that down there. I don't know. He goes up right now for the 2. Looks like that's what he's doing. Maybe not.
Yeah, he went forward in order to get straight on this 4 ball or straight-ish. Yeah, because he's not on the 2 ball, right, is he? Unless he wants to follow off the rail first. Maybe that's, I don't know.
Oh, look, my flashlight's still on. Technology, so tough. Just to tap into the
There
edge
you
of
go.
that pocket. I don't know what he likes here. If he's going to just tap that 2 off the 9 maybe and bump. It looks like that's what he might be lining up for.
Right, instead of sending the cue ball into them.
Yeah, the
to
thing
break
there is
up.
you can't
may end
have
up-
too much of an impact on the 9, or you're going to push the 9 into your path anyways, you know. So
Well, and
it's
you're kind of
a tricky little
combination
shot.
the 9 towards the other corner pocket, aren't you?
Unless he hits it harder
So if
and
you-
just bounces the 6
Yeah,
out of there.
this is
right?
going to be perfect. He's going to hit this pretty soft. It's a stop shot, I think. He's got himself on that line so that he can play it as a stop shot, and the 6 ball goes a
Just
little.
banks it out.
There
a
you go.
little.
He's looking at where the 6 ball's going now, and with speed, not too much speed. I would say you don't want to hit this too hard.
It's unpredictable here.
There's a risk if you hit this too hard and also too thick that you actually miss the 2. Oh, wow. I can't believe he had to hit it that hard.
Well, he came out of there nice.
I thought he could just barely roll it in. And he did point that way, didn't he? So he kind of predicted that path of the 6 ball there. It's kind of on the wrong side of this. The cue ball's going to go away from the 8, and you've got to decide whether you're going to hit it as soft as you can or give it a bit more and come back off the rail. There you
That's
go. Played a little
well
kiss off the
controlled, yeah.
14. He would-
It's a tester here. You're up 2 games. Pretty tough out. You got to jack up just a little bit here. Can get funny. I think these kind of shots are the difference. I mean, these are the shots I know, like, I feel like I miss more often when I'm not playing all the time. No,
There you go.
I don't mean to curse him, but it's just the reality of the pressure of that shot and the angle he ended up. He just wasn't quite right. So it's possible, you know.
You do. I mean, the great.
And in our game, possible means likely. And I got all the faith in the world in Mason to make balls. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. But he did miss that one, and it's a big swing.
Yeah, Duncan's got a
And
little work
momentum.
yet. Mason got a little fortunate. He left Duncan with some work on this 10, but he's got a perfect opportunity right here. You just can't underhit this. You know, if anything, aim for the 8 here. You know, try and hit the 8. Yep. Bounced it out. I don't know if he got
Well.
enough. Now he's got to bank it, I think.
Either that or play a nice big power draw shot
Boy, you got to hit that
on
ball.
the pink
but
ball.
I think you got to be banking this ball.
Yeah, because he's nice on it. It doesn't get much easier on a bank shot, does it? Looks like it could be slightly long. No.
Well, and honestly,
gonna-
we've had
he's
the
gonna-
door open in here, so the humidity might shorten this up on him.
That soft.
Perfect shot. Good job there by Duncan. Just got to make sure you finish this ball. All right, let's take a quick look at that bank shot. Puts it down pretty much center pocket. See, it's a good thing you can only see us from like chest up here. Well, you from neck up because you're sitting so low.
I'm so short you can see my feet on my driving license.
Well, I would be too if I did that to my chair.
I was trying to find the player profiles on
Please
the
sit down
other
here.
computer here, which is one of my tasks, isn't it? But I can't see anything on here at all. Where are those things on?
Yeah, they're not up.
Oh.
Chris G retired, I think. Other than wiping my computer of all of my back files, I couldn't find the things that I was depending on having there. It's all right, Chris G. All right, Duncan to break. Down by 1 game.
Looks like he's going at the second ball. Nope, head ball.
Well, it didn't spread very great, but the 5 ball did manage to get in the corner pocket. Let's see. David Daly says, "It's a treat for me as Susie and Mason came down. They came and visited. Susie, who, by the way, should be in the Hall of Fame. I would agree.
Oops.
And will be.
Women's Master Champion, Susie Q.
Well,
At State.
It's kind of like the greasy wheel or the squeaky wheel scenario. Susie doesn't squeak too often about her own accomplishments, but she's a champion. She has won multiple state championships. All right, so Duncan has an opportunity here if he can figure this rack out to tie things up early on here, 2-2.
And this is what really makes 8 ball so much more complex than any of those other ones. Or, this is as complex
Make
as
it sound
chess.
so
This is. I
dirty.
mean, how does this turn out? How do you gain an advantage here by shooting first?
I think the 10 goes. I think you can push that 10 into the corner. But still just getting up here
The
on that
10
11.
goes?
Yeah, down in the corner.
I don't know about that.
That he's shooting to right now. You don't know about that.
Yeah, safety. There you go. Yeah, that 13 looks like it would catch the cue ball and stop you shooting that.
Sure what he's playing to here. Safe. That's a pretty good shot there. Left him tough and interfered with the 11 and the 9 technically. Kenneth Pogue says, not a fan of the 7-foot table. I play on 9-foot tables, only play on 7-foot once. Yeah, Mason typically, and I think Duncan's typically a 9-foot player also. It's a different game, though. Just because you're good on a 9-foot doesn't mean you're any good on a bar table. It's a completely different game. Before you get all high and mighty there on us, Kenneth.
Yeah, so he was trying to sneak
I'm
off
just
that.
teasing you, by the way.
Yeah, and if you don't like 7-foot tables, go to a different YouTube channel and find a 9-foot match somewhere, would you?
No, he's not kidding. I was.
I think
Mitch
for
doesn't actually
stripes
joke
here, I'd
very
want to be playing my safety off the 10 or the 13 at some point, just to
He's going to break it
rearrange
with
them.
the 6 or the 1.
Yeah, Mason. Yeah, I was just thinking about when Duncan
Probably
played that
break
last
it here would be
last safety shot. Yeah,
smarter than waiting for the 6.
no, he's right,
But-
but no. What if the 6 ball's better?
What I don't like here is now you got to hit it perfect. He's got to
Yeah.
run into the
because there's only two balls to get shape
13
on.
here. Yeah,
Oh,
well,
look
he
at
came
that.
out
And if
okay.
he likes it, which he did,
Yeah.
he played that perfect and shows you only need one way to get out, right?
Yeah.
And if you see it and go for it and get it,
What kind of crap are you trying to sell?
look at
That
that,
was well hit.
perfect.
Ken,
No, I mean generally,
thanks for playing along, Ken. I'm good. Glad you're not so sensitive. Some people. Oh, I don't know. Was that a good hit?
yeah, but not a good position. What happened there? You get a replay on that.
Yeah, I think so. He's going to be looking here for a second. Well, maybe not. All right. We'll wait.
Side pocket called.
Yeah, it was a good hit. I can't believe he was able to hit it that thin, but
Maybe off the 10. Oh, 3 rails.
Oh, yeah.
What they call a cocked hat in England.
What did you say?
Cocked hat.
Oh. All
That's
right,
what they
here's
call
that
it.
hit that I was questioning, but I'm pretty sure. See, it was good, yeah.
Well, now seeing it, I'm not so sure.
It.
And, of course, getting them to hit.
I was surprised he was
Honestly,
able to hit
I'm
it
now
that thin.
seeing that.
That's not great.
Well, what's different about those two, significantly different, is where the cue ball goes, and that's why the cue ball was not at all where he thought it was going to be.
I tell you, he's
And
happy he
that
kept
almost
rolling there.
indicates that it hit the balls in the wrong order.
I don't know. You almost got to go to the 15 here, right? Just don't have a great angle. No.
Beautiful little nudge. Looking good.
No,
Yeah.
Ken, we're just having fun. We mess around a lot, so. After all, it is just a 7-foot table. It's not like it's serious or anything. All right, Duncan's going to manage this, no problem, I think. We'll see which way he decides to go. You could go either. Well, he's not sure yet either. He might go to the 10 ball here. Sticking to it, staying at the 11.
I think that 8 ball on a bar table is interesting. I can see not playing 9 ball on a bar table.
One of my holes. Oh, you're lucky to be able to have more than one pool hole.
When Johnny Archer was here, he said obviously 9 ball on a bar table is too easy. But 8 ball. We
Can't
played
believe
him
I
in.
had him. Race to $900. I had him down 8 games to 4. I lost. Hi, Patrick. Nice to meet you. Patrick. Oh, Patrick. What's up, Pat? Mr. Patrick Glenn, one of our other announcers. Ken introducing himself to him. Ken, Patrick, we were giving Ken a hard time. Two to two.
Well, and that's right. And that one missed shot that Mason would have gone 3-0 up would have been a completely different match.
Yeah, now I really feel bad.
Tied up at 2-2. Controlling the cue ball well.
One ball? No, not quite. All right, going to leave Mason a pretty wide open table, I
Doesn't
think.
seem very easy to make balls on the break at the moment.
All of a sudden, what do you like? I think you got to go stripes here, right? 14 gets you in on the 15 up top. So I think he starts down here, clears this end. 13 to the 14, 15 will be your last 3 balls there.
Yeah, and so you got to think about 15 to the 8, which is kind of weird. But maybe that's what we'll find out and see if that's the way he goes. But I agree. I think stripes, and it's just that transition down to those top 3.
A bit tricky here, making sure you get a shot coming off this 12 ball. Pretty sure he's going to shoot the 12, but
yeah, and now he's looking at how do I transition and get down onto those 3 balls, or up, I should say, as the camera looks at him.
oh, good. I thought he was looking at shooting that 11 just for a second. No, I didn't like that choice.
Well, he thumped the table, chalk on the table a little bit, thus indicating he doesn't like where he ended up. In fact, he's only got the 11 and he's not got an angle. He wanted to use the 11 to get on that 15, sneak in the side there.
Todd Brown chiming in saying, go Duncan. What's going on, Todd?
Well, he's going to have to go with plan B now, whatever that is. Still got to shoot the 11.
Just down here for the 10 ball, I'm pretty sure.
I'll take these balls out instead now, up table.
I mean, it's really about getting straight enough on the 13 or an angle on the 13 to get to that 14 to get to the 15.
Yeah. And that last shot wasn't quite right either. If he'd stopped a little bit straighter on this 10 ball, he could get nicely straight on the 9 in the side pocket. But
my actual natural instinct for this shot was to play the 9 to the corner off of this. Yeah. I thought he intentionally did it, but maybe not. I think you might be right. He might have
And if you play
intended
that
for
shot
the
with good
side.
speed control, it's absolutely fine.
That's a little tricky here. You got to make sure you get about back to where he
Yeah.
is right now.
And he's good at these little draw to the side rail. I'm just going to draw one rail.
Yeah, and that's a good thing you asked. This is the Mad Apple Extreme. We're located right here in Appleton, Wisconsin, inside of the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company, West College Avenue. We're a 14,000 square foot scratch-made restaurant with 15 pool tables, 3 9-footers and 12 sevens.
So it's just like draw back an inch or something. Oh, he
Oh,
went forward.
Ooh,
That's
I don't
weird,
know if he's
wasn't it?
going to like that. That's tough to stay up
Yeah,
here.
ball just
He
turned
might
on
be
him.
able to hold it enough to just bump the 2, but boy, is that tough.
Yeah, ball just turned on him. It was just slightly forward. It settled for a stun shot there, but I wasn't sure if he was ideally going to draw back an inch or 2, but not 3. So he's going to have to negotiate probably a kiss on the 2 ball here. Use the 2 ball to stop.
Good shot there.
Yeah, that was a good recovery. Like the Energizer Bunny.
Oh,
Keep on
thank
going.
you for not saying it was because of our accent,
What?
Ken. Well, you probably confused him.
I don't know.
That silly British accent. Do you make that up now? You can't even talk like that for real.
People sometimes say
anymore.
that, yeah.
That was a perfectly played position around to the 8
Yeah, that was really good. Because he didn't have a lot of pockets for this 8 ball. You only need one. If you can find it.
Yeah, he played this angle around perfect. Just watch it come in here. Just slides right into the space.
Yeah.
Touchy there. You touch that a little bit, and you're
Because
you're
the
not
6 ball and the
liking
2 ball took out those other 2 pockets, and you could have played that shot a lot softer. And stayed on those, but they were not available.
it. Now he hears the accent.
Oh my God.
Your accent or mine? He's probably talking about the Wisconsin accent.
Scanson.
Wisconsin. All right, Mason to break, leading 3-2. He's really only missed the 1 ball so far, so tells you both players are in it.
Yep.
That's a better break from him. Did
Yeah,
he make
truth
one
be
there?
known,
I'm
this
not
is
sure
probably
if he
going to
did.
end up being a very close match. Be my guess. If I was
Yeah, I'm looking for more estimates here. We had a couple earlier.
Now those are that. I mean, that you'd call that the perfect break, really, wouldn't you? Controlled the cue ball, and the ball's splattered all over the table. Half the ball's up table.
Yeah, you just got to get right on the 9 to the 11
And you know, you've got to
on this and this here too.
pick a nice pattern here.
Perfect. Got out for the 12. Should be able to slide that past the 10 and then come back out.
Yeah, and that was actually incredibly perfect, wasn't it, that shot? Because to be able to shoot the 12 ball first before the 10, that was the only spot he could have ended up in to be able to do that. And it looks like the 13 clears past the 8 ball a long way.
It's just a little tough
I
here.
think you just play a stop shot here, don't you?
Yeah, he's going to roll around 2 rails, I'm pretty sure, just to get himself off the end rail. Oh, just 1 rail. Okay. He had a little better angle than I thought. That perfect. The shit.
And those 3 stripes up table, you obviously notice that the 11 has to go to the left. So you've
The
got
shot
some-
here where he ended up, he made this 9 ball tough. You know, when he got as straight as he did here, he can't get over towards the 9 a little bit.
Right.
You know, so he's got to kind of.
He's playing
Oh, good.
for a thin cut on the 15
Yeah, I see this.
and around the table, round the balls.
Yeah, I see this. That's.
Yeah.
I think it's a little tight. I think he's got not the right angle here. He's going to have to run into the 9 or play for the 11 to run
Yeah.
into the 9 to play for
And
the
it may
11.
not be quite perfect how he wanted it, but it's close to what he wanted.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
It's too thin, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I think he's going to run into the 9 and then get out back to the middle of the table, not have the 11, and then not have much on the 9 either. So I think he's going to change up here and go to the 9 ball, which still isn't a bad shot. You just go back and forth.
Right, and there you
one
go. He's
time.
just pointed his cue at where he wants to be on the 11. So, yeah,
And he-
Z-bank across the rail.
And again, truthfully, if you get too far and you end up on the 15, there's still ways to get on that 11. So,
Yeah. So if he shoots the 9 ball, the cue ball's going to bounce backwards and forwards across the table, end up pretty much where the 9 ball is. He looked at it. He doesn't like it. He's back to the 15 again.
yeah, we'll find out.
So,
Usually, if I change my mind, it's not a good result. So maybe this will work for him.
yeah, so he had to roll the dice a little bit and go into these balls.
Yeah. Roll the dice. It was makeable shot, but still tough.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, his only pocket for the 9 really is there, isn't it? In the side pocket, or you could bank it. He's got.
I think you run into the 5 here,
I
right?
think you have to. I don't know if you got, and then just depending on how hard you think you're going to hit it.
You got to hope for a little bit of a little love here. I think make the ball.
And the problem is though, the 9 ball is pretty tight into that side pocket, and you have to get good on it. You can't just, leave yourself a thin angle on that 9 ball and hope to still cut
screw it. Bank the 9
right now,
Yep.
straight into the corner, or shoot it right now off the back of the 5 into that other corner. I don't know if that goes or not. He's shaking his head, and so he's not decided yet. No, another shake of the head.
Oh, because you
Doesn't
just
like it.
you don't have a great shot coming
That's
out
right.
this 11.
Rule number 97, don't shoot it unless you're happy with it. Unless you see it. So,
Yeah, he's just gonna slow roll this ball.
oh, look at that.
Hope for a kiss.
That's exactly right. So, just like I said,
I don't think he has.
he
anything here, no.
had a very, very small window really to have a nice shot on the 9. There's not very many pockets. Probably still cuts in the side pocket.
Yeah.
It's a super thin cut.
You think that cuts in the side?
It might.
That's-
He's looking at it.
I like cutting,
So-
but is he trying to throw it past the 6?
There you go. He's going for it. Look how
Oh,
thin this cut
back
is. And he's got a
Oh, I see.
tiny
Yeah.
pocket that he's aiming
Yeah.
at.
Oh, how's he going to come out here? I mean, truthfully, for what is out there, that's not the worst leave on the planet. Over a ball for the 1. Over the 2 doesn't go. 6 is probably your best shot because you can see the bottom of the ball. So
Well, Duncan
he should
knows
be
he doesn't
fine.
have to shoot any kind of sell-out shot here. So if he's not happy about absolutely making his shot, he's going to make sure it's a two-way shot of some sort, or maybe just a straight safety. And
safety it is.
I hope Mason doesn't kick or jump this ball in,
Oh boy, or bank it.
or that you miss the safety.
He might have left him that bank shot.
He might have left it cut in the side pocket.
Oh,
Maybe
God.
even if you have to bend this with a tiny little masse shot, then that spin that's on the cue ball
Four is awful
helps
close
that
to
9 ball
Masse.
into the pocket.
4 is awful close to that ball to Masse where the 2 is. I think you're seeing the jump cue come out though, which that's hard to believe.
And this might be one of those ones where, well, the 4 ball is so close, isn't it?
Is he really grabbing his jump cue? No.
No. I think I like that jump shot even less than the masse shot.
Yeah, bank.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he could bank it right there that he's pointing. Thanks for pointing that out, Mace. And it's a pretty straight shot by the looks of it, if the overhead cameras.
It's not bad. I mean, this is pretty much hit this ball low. Stick it right there.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
Duncan's got to be kicking himself.
Yeah, and Duncan, that was
rolling
really
out.
careless. There was not good reason that Duncan wouldn't hook Mason on that. He just,
Well, I think it was. I mean, he obviously made the right decision. I think he just took for granted the fact that he was going to get right behind that ball. So Mason able to take advantage here and
Yeah.
go up 4-2.
wow. Great shot there. I'm assuming you got a replay on that one.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Let me get over there. Oh, there it is. Pretty good.
Yep.
Held himself right there for the
Yeah.
8.
Making that ball was the only way Mason was winning that rack. And it went straight in the center of the pocket. Okay.
Well, this is where we normally talk about
Players.
player stats, but
Players are taking 5 for coffee and donuts or whatever it is.
coffee and donuts. Yeah, I think Duncan wanted a break there for a second. I think he shouted out to Mason.
I know. I see Mason's got his earphones in, and I wonder if he's listening to something, music or.
Yeah, he usually listens to music. So I started saying before, I'm glad that it only shows us from here up because I'm like masonry filthy from
Masonry.
masonry.
That's good, isn't it?
Not as in the kid, I mean as in my fire pits that I was just trying to construct right up until coming to the booth. We're a little behind the times today.
It's good weather, that isn't it? I'm gonna have to find a way to use that for masonry.
Masonry.
It's like
Sydney making sure we're all right, doing a great job. Faith, I agree. She says, nice shot on the 9 and holding it for the 8. That was a good shot.
it was a very
Yeah, let's go back,
masonry.
though. We got nothing else to do, so we'll watch that replay one more time. Maybe.
Yes, it's a very masonry shot, really, isn't it?
Is that how you're going to use it?
First try.
Well, let's see. How long of a break is this going to be? Should we start? We could start a trivia game.
Oh yeah.
Got any trivia for us?
Well,
You're English. You're
I
smart.
could give you trivia.
All right.
Interesting fact: if you were to read one page of the Bible every day, after a year, you'd be up to page 365.
It's amazing. How do you do that kind of stat?
Well, you know, I just I'm like a walking thesaurus, which, as you may know, is a kind of dinosaur.
Look at that. Did they time? They both came from different directions, and they walked into the room at the exact same time.
Incredible timing.
How does that happen?
That's how long it takes to
I'm
wash.
just glad it
wash your
did.
hands and dry them again.
Must be it. All right. Well, thanks for sticking with us. We're back. Mason with the lead. 4 games to 2 in this race to 15 8-ball. Mason is our current reigning king. 2 weeks ago, Jeremy Fetkenhauer gave up his throne. He still is owed a silver coin, but I don't know when I'm ever going to see him again.
Well, maybe he'll challenge King of the Hill again. And he is really still undefeated, isn't he?
Ken, if you've never been there, it's really pretty small. There aren't really parts. I mean, England? What part of England? I mean, tiny little country. How big can it
Part
be?
of England.
You know,
South.
The south, yeah. Right. That's all you can say. South, north, east, west.
Right.
And there isn't really an
Right.
east-west, is there? It's just
We don't
south
have
or-
east-west, no.
Yeah, right.
No.
Not big enough to have east-west.
We just all stand on a razor edge.
Right.
You can only
That's
go
what I
north
thought.
or south. That's your only choice.
It's kind of like when you stand in the 4 states at one time
Yeah.
here in the States.
If you go really far north, you end up in Scotland. That's kind of like our Canada. And then if you go even further north than that, you fall off the edge of the planet. I understand. Although I don't believe anybody's actually been there.
No, I'm just totally messing around. I'm sorry.
Definitely not Leeds or Liverpool, as suggested in the com. They have a completely different accent. If you ever think about the,
Wiveliscum. It's pretty good that I know that.
that's right.
I should know that, though.
The
I've known you for 30. How long?
if you listen to, yeah, that is correct. But if you listen to the Beatles with their "but they do though, don't they do" type Liverpool accent, it's weird.
Oh, Duncan got in trouble here. Darn it. Just not pulling it together quite yet. We're looking for him to open up here a bit.
No, my kind of English is more,
Still got a shot,
James
but-
Bond type, the Queen's English,
I don't think that's really where you're from. I
Just
think
kidding.
you just liked that, right?
No, I don't know. I just spoke like my parents, and my dad faked it anyway. He's actually Australian.
That's why you sound Australian all the time.
Good day, mate.
Makes sense now.
Okay, well, this is a weird table, isn't it? If it was me, I'd be whacking that. Well, no, he's stripes, isn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and that 7 ball, that brown ball up top is incredibly deep in that pocket.
Kenneth didn't hear me. Wiveliscombe. That's where he's from. I don't know if Manchester is near Wiveliscombe.
No, not at all.
Little tiny village on a hill. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
The hill is the site. Well, just played safe there, he did. Oop. Kind of wanted that to go.
Now, both players have a ball incredibly deeply hung in a pocket. And
I mean, this is a 4-ball combination, right?
on the, yeah, right, 11, 1,
11,
13, 9.
I think so.
If you want to blast them
the
open.
question is whether or not you're going to get them all out of there. And
Well,
you still have the 15. to
Yeah, and
contend.
if I was playing, I'd be thinking, well, I know it's kind of tight for both players, and I'd rather make sure I don't leave
Yeah,
any
well,
other
where's your
problems. So
safety then?
I look at the 15 on the side rail and think, well, that doesn't have a pocket. So I don't want to blast them open until after I've done something with the 15. That's
Too
kinda how I
late.
feel. Well, we'll
Plays
see
it.
if the 15 comes back to haunt him. But
why isn't it? I
well,
guess the 14
worse
can
than
go
that.
off the 1, but again, it creates a complication. Now he's got 2. He's got the 15 and the 12 to contend with.
yeah, I mean, and if he chooses to play the 13 and then the 12-1 combination, thus making Mason's 1, and knowing that the 6 ball is tough up there and that you've just unblocked the pocket and left Stripes in control of that corner, I might just be doing that.
Oh, famous YouTuber is back. Good to see you. Oh, look, Ken and famous YouTuber know each other. Well, virtually know each other. Well, it
Yeah.
keeps getting tougher, doesn't it?
Now he could do the same thing with the combination on the 11-1. So I think
I don't think that goes. I think the 12's in the way, isn't it?
I don't know. I just want to make the 1 and get it out of there, unblock the pocket, whilst there's still problems. I mean, I say there's problems. Is that risky because Mason can get out, and the 6 ball, there's got to be a solution to it somehow. The 4 ball is going to be tough too. With the 1 ball gone, it's going to be tough to get on the 4 ball and the 6. I would roll the dice if I was Duncan and just say, yeah, let's just get the 1 ball off the table and give Stripes control of this corner.
Yeah, I don't like too many choices Duncan has here, actually. I think his idea here is to shoot that combination on the 7 and try and get him over behind the 8 ball, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if
he's
he's
going to play the carom.
he's blocking the 8 ball. He wants to. Oh, and okay, no, that was a safety behind the 8. Well, it's not safe, but
Yeah.
you got the 15 out of there. But Stripes does not look good here because of the 1 ball.
Well, and here's what I'll say. If you shoot the 1 to bump the 14 and get it off the rail, you know what I mean? You can't bump it into the 6. But you shoot the 1 to bump the 14. Oh, he's going to play
I'd
safe
want
here.
to leave the 14 there because it goes and it blocks the 6.
All right, you give up the 11 there, he might
Yeah.
be kicking himself because he gave Duncan a break shot if he did.
Right. Duncan can whack this ball into the back of the pocket, I think. Send balls flying around the table. And sometimes if it's awkward, I know the better players, of course, which Duncan is, obviously you'll find some better way to nudge this softly and come out good. People like me whack it.
I didn't quite have it. So Mason was partially successful with his safety attempt. Duncan deciding he's going to put the 11 in as a
I think he's tempting Mason to
interfere.
go for it. Sometimes if you go for it when there's too many problems, you know, obviously a chance to sell out, which is Mason's gone for it. Now, if he doesn't have a way to make the 6 ball, he's now in trouble.
He's still got a lot of safety options, too.
Right. He's going to be really careful with several stripes on the table, all of which are nicely placed. It's almost impossible to play a very good safety.
Uh-oh. Give up that 11 on the side.
And he was probably thinking that maybe the 2 ball would go and help him by blocking that corner. I don't know. For the 8 ball, probably. But what it has done, of course, is given Duncan a problem with the 15. And, yeah, so if he's got a nice shot on the 11 in the side, that 2 ball going where it is the reason this is a lot tougher for Duncan.
Opting for the safety. This guy's battling back and forth a bit.
Yeah, that's good. He's frozen right on that 14 and successfully cut off both the 6 and the 3 ball at the same time.
Mason can kick the 7 in, I think. I mean, for hard shots, it's an easy one.
In playing that safety shot, what Duncan did do, of course, is open up a channel for the 6 ball.
Randy Parlick, what's going on? Good to see you.
Because moments ago, Mason did. Yeah, so you're right. I mean, if Mason kicks this ball in, he has a chance to get out here. Because Duncan's safety opened up the 6 ball. Opened up a channel for the 6 ball. I can't tell for sure whether the 6 ball goes past the pink 12 ball. But it kind of looks like it does.
The 6? Oh, yeah. Plenty of room.
Yeah. Because the pink ball was blocking him before, but Duncan played safe off it. Now, this 7 ball is amazingly deep.
Oh,
that's impossible.
Man.
I was going to say,
if you hit that hook,
if you hit that ball, you almost have to scratch, but that was just incredible. Yeah, so he drew this off the rail to bend it back.
Yeah, you see it hooked just perfect there to come out, and now he's got a very good opportunity to get out here.
Yeah, you switched back just ahead too soon then.
Well,
because the second view didn't play.
Oh.
The overhead.
I was worried I was going to miss the next shot. Pretty sure we're not going to have one that we're going to record over in this run, unless he gets in trouble.
Well, I wouldn't say this is a gimme at all. I
mean,
it's
one-sided.
It's difficult to get. If you could get the cue ball in between the 6 and the 5, nice and straight over there somewhere, you know, you can pick him off. But he's got to find a shot.
Right there. 4 to the 2, out for the 6, stay there for the 5.
So, yeah, use the 2 ball. 4 to the 2, right? Use the 2 ball to just creep past the 8 ball to give you a shot on the 6.
Yeah, right.
And so speed control, controlling your angles.
Yeah, and that's a good angle because it gives you a nice stretch out here to be able to. Good line to hit. Yeah, I think you're going to see him get surprisingly close to the. Well, is he going?
Speed control is so important here. You don't want to hit it too hard and be too.
He's setting for 2 rails back and forth on the 6, I think.
Oh, wow. Because then he's got the problem with just going 1 rail into it is your speed has to be perfect. And there he went slightly further than perfect because he just didn't want to risk hooking himself behind the 8. He's actually.
Now, do you roll this
there.
gentle into the pocket and just take the angle?
I think so.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at.
Yeah, just where's it going to be? It's going to be
Just
there.
let it come forward.
And
a bit.
and then at that angle, which he's just pointed to you, which is where he thinks he can get to, that's his minimal angle on the 5. It's still awkward on the 5. That's still what he just pointed to there to me is an awkward shot on the 5, with kind of the same problem that he has on the 6 ball. He's just transferred that problem forward a little bit to the next shot. And there's some argument for going across the side of the table and back again.
They ended up okay here, but again,
He's-
it's not a gimme.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing, isn't it? And he wants to minimize the sideways
See
travel
him
and the angle
hit
on the
this
8, but he
just
is
slightly stiffer than that last shot. Yeah,
end up with a similar angle on the 8 ball.
perfect shot.
Yeah.
What was that?
Mason knows better than that.
What happened?
Yeah, he gave him the gimme shot on the 8 ball.
Can't do that.
I'm surprised.
Oh, Mason let him know. Normally, that's a forfeit of your next game. But I don't think Duncan cares right now. I hate to say.
Yeah, but Mason didn't have to take it.
Oh, he didn't.
Why didn't he just shoot the 8 ball?
Well,
I mean, who's at
I'm
fault
not-
there? Who's
I'm
at
not-
fault there?
well, Duncan, if he said it's good, why would Mason shoot that ball? If you rattle it,
because you can't concede.
well,
That's
that's why
the
it's-
rules. And so he says, no, okay, I can't take your concession. I've got to shoot this. That's the way it's supposed to, right?
What?
Well, isn't that the whole purpose of the rule is there are no concessions? Well, we just had one.
Right, but you can't interrupt somebody's game and
We
say that's good.
We
And then if they miss
Uh.
that ball, not have it be your fault that they missed that ball. And then you're sharking them. So what is Mason supposed to do? Get sharked by that and play the ball anyways? And then lose a match based on it? I don't think so. You know, I think Mason handled it fine. I think he told him, just so you know, that's supposed to be a loss. A second loss. So, in fairness to Duncan, we did not reiterate it at the beginning of this match. We're a bit discombobulated, so in fairness to Duncan, we did not tell him. Mason's got some trouble here with that 13. I don't think he's quite got the angle in order to break it here on the 9. Maybe with the 14 sitting where it is, he may be able to bank the 9 off the 14 to straighten himself out for the 13. It's a possibility. Yeah, that's what he's doing. So you just saw where he aimed to the rail. Oh, not enough.
Yeah, he was trying to catch the edge of that 14, wasn't he? He's looked just twice in a row. He just looked straight up the comedy box. There's something going on. I think he's actually might be bothered by a group of people over there, but
There's people yelling in the room, but
he went and moved
can't.
the barricade rope there.
Thank everybody for joining us here at Mad Apple Extreme. Really do appreciate it, and we appreciate all the likes and shares. All that stuff is what keeps us running for free, and anything we do raise off the ads or super chats or any of that type of stuff goes to help out our juniors. Duncan pockets 7 down past the 14. I don't know if he was trying to take it off the 14 to clear that pocket, probably.
Yeah, so
shot.
this shot is the key right here, getting on the
Oh.
5 ball,
Not very
Close.
fortunate there.
but no cigar. If he is still on the 1 ball, he can keep going and have another shot. But it's tough.
Famous YouTuber said beers on Duncan for that forfeiture of the game. I think that sounds like a fair.
Beer
Just buy us all a beer. We'll forget
Or-
it happened.
or a shot of tequila.
You can't drink. Oh, wow. That was just a really nice try. I know it didn't go. I'm a huge fan of Massey's. And he hit that actually really well. Just a little too good. And you can see it extremely well from the angle we had here, too. Just watch it hook over. See it just kind of drop in there. Faded in real nice.
Yeah, and actually, it was just a little bit too much, wasn't it?
Just a
Because
touch,
he
yeah.
flicked it.
Well, Mason
other
with
way.
a pretty open table here. This first shot's probably
Yeah.
the biggest challenge. Oop,
Aye.
no,
Now that's twice. Is that 14 ball sort of lured him away? That's twice he's tried to shoot a ball off the.
I don't know if he was.
He,
going
no, he
off
probably
that
wasn't
well.
trying to. He would have been, if it hit it a little bit worse than he did, it would have gone off the
Right.
14. And
Almost hit it so bad it did go off.
It's
the
weird though,
14.
because similar to those last two misses in that pocket, looked. I know he was, yeah, right, trying something different, but end result was the same.
Duncan, I'm sure, happy to have the opportunity.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, drifting past the 2 ball there. But still got the problem of how do you get up on the 5 ball? It's got a pocket. It's got a small window to hit to give you a shot at that pocket.
I don't mind this. He's looking at the 2, and then he's going to shoot for the angle on the 6 to break the 5, and then come off the 5 for the 3. See what I'm saying? So basically, play forward just a little bit here on this 2. Even an angle for the 6 in the side to break the 5.
If you like right now the 6 off the 12 in the side,
Taking the-
you whack it and the 12 ball goes up there and breaks those
I
up.
guess I'm delusional. He's playing the 3 in the side. I don't know how he's planning to. Is he planning to just play shape on the 5? I guess.
Yeah. So the 6 ball has a stun line that if you shoot it in the side pocket, let's say he plays a stop shot or something similar on the 2 ball, his stun line goes towards the 9 or breathes just past the 9, hopefully, with right
Oh.
speed.
How did I miss that? Billy Backstrap checking in from Capone's in Springfield, Florida. Well, keep up the good work. Thank you very much for that.
See if he wants to do what I just said. Well, no, not from there. He's just drifted past straight.
Yeah, it's still possible to get
it's
there by falling
yeah.
forward, but it's such a tight angle.
Right, now he's showing you. Look at this line. He's got to hit follow and right-hand spin at just the right speed to
The
get down,
one, the
down that
only
line.
Princess, Lisa Heckman, in the house. What's going on, Lisa?
Hello, Mrs. 67.
See, we were going to pretend to talk to her this week because she wasn't going to be here, but now you're here.
It's be a phenomenal shot if he hits this right. Zing.
It's just such a tight
How's it
angle
gonna-
coming
how's
in
your
here.
luck?
That was the problem I had with it the whole time.
It's
I think
very
he's still
difficult
got
to
it,
judge
though, I
that.
think.
I think he does. He's got this cut on the 5 ball. Hit that just good enough to give himself a chance to keep going. Yeah, that's a shot that can change so much. You change the speed a little bit and it kind of sprays off that first rail at a different angle.
You know, hope you don't just fire this straight in the corner of this cue ball. He's got to hit this so thin.
Yeah, he's going to pop it in, and the cue ball's going to hit a couple of rails.
Or none.
Well,
straight to the back of the pocket. Oh, see, you weren't patient enough to find out if we were going to say anything.
stands up again, takes a look down the line towards the pocket.
If you guys haven't had a chance to get in and chat with us, come on in and chat. If you can't chat yet, it's because you haven't subscribed, and we really need you guys to subscribe. So get out there, make sure you subscribe to the stream. It's a great shot there by Dunk.
Yeah, and he's got a shot on the 8-ball.
He's got a shot.
Pick your pocket.
So you're telling me there's a chance. Real good chance. Duncan back cutting this. I like him here.
You play at pocket speed past the 14 and stripes.
Yeah, you like just rolling this? Is that what she's telling me?
Yeah, I mean, in 8-ball, often it's good to just roll this ball at putting speed, like golf. You don't hit it past the hole, just barely hard enough to get there, because then it A, is more likely to fall in, and B, hang it in front of those stripes just to give them a slight problem. But at this level of the game, you definitely need it in the pocket, really, but it didn't achieve either.
Duncan would have loved to swipe that table. Right
oh,
there.
yeah. No,
I could just see it right there.
Well, when you look at Duncan, he's such what looks like a calm, cool cucumber.
He is.
At all moments. And then every now and again, you can see into his eyes and you think, oh, wait, deep inside he's got a burning,
you know what I call that?
burning
I call that
rage.
Passion is what I call that. Nobody likes to make a mistake like that, especially a caliber of Duncan.
Right.
I mean, he knows better. He is better. And when you miss one like that, you just can't help but
and if he makes that ball 3-2, it's really not bad. Not a hugely one-sided match yet, and there's a long ways to go. And there still is a long ways to go, but 6-2. Still a long ways to go. I mean, he's definitely.
And they have to sit here and watch just this.
Yeah, it's torture.
Roadmap. Yep. It is torture.
Yeah. Because he'd done so well to give himself that chance on the 8-ball, really.
Yeah, I agree. Great shots.
Now, if Mason makes this ball and then breaks and runs the next and really makes Duncan stew. And Duncan stew was the special in the restaurant today.
I was actually trying to find something funny, but I couldn't find anything funny, so I didn't. Sometimes you got to know the line.
Right. Yeah, I'm not saying it was funny.
Oh.
It's all in the eye of the beholder. It's like the village idiot sitting on the outside, on the brick wall outside the village, just giggling to himself. He knows something, I tell you.
Right.
He's got it. He's got it made. Well, I am that.
As long as you're happy.
Yeah.
I mean, who's to tell you? Duncan, what in the
Well, Mason may, at his very young age, need to start thinking about a toupee. JK, LOL. If you ever see that thing in a can where you spray it on, so that after watching myself on the stream, I thought, you know what? I know I used to laugh at that when they talked about it, but now I want it. Seeing myself on the overhead camera, big bald spot. I'm like, if I just spray some of that black spray paint on the top of my head. See, on the camera, no one will be.
This from the guy that has used a Flowbee for the last 20 years.
Wow. For good reason.
I want to know how many people actually in the chat know what a Flowbee is.
It's the only thing I ever bought on an infomercial that I use.
So you can't tell them what a Flowbee is. Because I have not said what it is.
No, I'm not going to say.
And we'll see if anybody actually knows what a Flowbee is.
Meanwhile, boom.
Oh, man, I thought he
That time the
crashed.
cue ball flew off, but sometimes isn't that the way? That's when lots of other balls fly into the pocket.
Well, you can
some-
start with the 11, the 7.
Why is the result somehow that seems better than stopping the cue ball in the middle of the table because the balls just don't go in?
Yeah, a Flowbee. Oh, see?
What? What'd they say?
Everybody's laughing at you for using a Flowbee.
Flowbee, it's great.
Yeah. Oh, I Mitch, you're up again on the Knights pretty soon, apparently.
That is true. Better start practicing or something. Never get a chance. I'd play in these Friday night.
Decided on the 11.
I'd play in a lot more of these Friday night tournaments, except I'm always stuck here in the comedy box.
This is tough here. It's tough because I think the 15 interferes with everything you're trying to do. You either push it in front of the 12 ball and make that. Okay, he's playing the 7. Never mind.
And a little body English there. Help that in, Mason. Good job.
Yeah, and he's got it pretty made here. If he can get around the 14, if he can get between the 14 and the 8 for the 4 ball,
yeah,
that's a good angle.
Yeah, just roll gently forward.
So getting transition 1 to the 6 here so he can get on the 2 to do that is what he's really looking at. Latest, greatest technology, the Flowbee. I must say your hair does always look prim and proper.
That's right.
Very neat at all times.
Very quick and easy.
Anybody who knows that or knows MH knows that's an absolute lie.
What?
That your hair is always neat.
Well, you said it, not me. But when I go home and use the Flowbee, it turns out I come back the next day and it is very neat.
What's Doc Brown? That's
Doc Brown.
Doc Brown. That's my definition. That's what I picture when we're really old. That's what I picture you looking like is Doc Brown.
14.8 gigawatts.
That's it. I think he. Oh, jeez. I think he did get far enough on this 4 just to kind of slide over for the 3 in the opposite corner.
Looks perfect.
Yeah,
Unless
I
the
think
edge
it's
of the
close.
14 is kind of in the way.
Well, it's close, but the nice thing is if you do got to put that spin just to get around the 14 a little, again, like you said before, it's in the right
A
direction.
little tip of his wrist sideways while shaking his head tells you he doesn't think it's that good. Or at least there's something. I can't tell you what that means, can I? Like I can read the guy's nudge of the head. When you shake it, you know there's not something right, but I don't know what it is. But he's okay there, really, isn't it? Just got to judge this. You're going to follow this. Do you need to put left or right or plane? What's the exact path off the end rail so that you can follow off one rail and back up again? And you don't want to get hooked behind the 14 and whack into it.
I honestly, on this shot, worry more about the
Oh, wow.
13, truthfully.
Why is he pointing all the way up there? He's going to give this more. Kind of draw. Stun, basically. Stun with outside to go 2 rails.
He looks at things different.
He
He might not be looking at anything except for where he's...
He's looking at shooting the 3 and go square, kind of close to the
Sure
corner
does
pocket,
suck.
2 rails and
See, there's somebody else
Out.
agrees, says the Flowbee sucks.
well, of course it does. Well, it's not really the Flowbee that sucks. It's the vacuum cleaner that you attach to it that does the sucking. But nice try, almost close.
All right, so he ended up on the wrong side of this 2 ball, so they say. So I think you're going to just see him tap this up and take a little tougher shot.
That's a clever little tell that person knows what we're talking about there, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Unless they really don't like the Flowbee, which obviously can't be true.
I want to know how many Flowbees. Can you still get the Flowbee? If that thing breaks, can you buy another one?
I have 2 of them. And it was
Do you
Susie.
really?
Susie Q, just out of the blue. I don't know where she got it. Knew that I used it and gave me a second one.
So anybody who has used Flowbee sitting around, 3025 West College Avenue.
Yeah, two's enough.
3025 West College Avenue, Appleton, Wisconsin. Feel free.
Okay.
You ship your Flowbee that you got sitting around to MH Penglaze here at the Mad Apple,
Look at that shot.
and we'll make sure to get you a T-shirt.
Meanwhile, back to the game. He had us kind of a weird angle on
I
the
said
two
that
ball
a long time ago.
No,
I
I-
said he was on the wrong side, so they say.
And so he decided, rather than going up and down and just trying to get good on the 8 somehow, just roll it in and take your medicine, and you better make this now. He's taking a deep breath. Look at him. He's taking, you can't see, can you? He took a deep breath. Got down on this shot. This ball has to go in. Bang.
That's a good shot. I mean, especially considering that he's had himself in that situation before and he missed one. You know,
Right.
you just got to bear down. So good shot there, Mason. Is that 7? 7 or 8? I don't know if he marked that one. Well, he's not
7-2
watching.
is-
See, Natasha even
yeah.
wants to know, can you even get replacement parts for that thing?
Well, that's the problem, actually. And I was searching because the one main piece that I wanted, I was searching for a long time on eBay to try and find them, but not really. And then when Susie gave me that one, then I had one.
Well, so I mean, realistically, if you continue to bald at the pace that you're balding at, we got how many, 20, 30 years left, pretty much?
No, apparently if you haven't lost your hair by your mid-30s,
You're
you
losing
probably
your hair.
keep.
What
Well,
are you
it's
talking
thinning, but it's not going to be bald. You know, just like I look at my dad, it's going to be probably like him. It's kind of the same. Mason's going to be balder before I am.
about? English guy. That is his name, English guy.
That's it. How'd you guess?
It's MJ, right?
Close enough.
MH Penglaze.
Mhm.
It is. Potting.
Yep.
They call him potting. It's an English term for putting balls in the hole. Pool balls.
Right. So, nice open wide break. The 7 ball makes solids a bit awkward.
He suggested that we make a video of me using the Flowbee on you.
Well, I
Sounds
wouldn't let you.
just
I would
weird.
not let you use the
Yeah.
Flowbee on me. It takes me 2 minutes, and nobody gets to see it.
And we were getting along just fine there until that comment. All right, what's Mason looking at here? Enough playing. Conceding here. Got a big cribbage tournament going on here at the Mad Apple this weekend. 80-some competitors.
Nice speed control there to drift down for the 10 ball. This is awkward though, isn't it? Look, where does he want it? So he's planning on shooting the 15 into that long corner.
Yeah, he's going to come around 2 rails
And I
here.
think
off
he's
this.
decided that the 9 ball does go, and that means the 9-7
I'd
is
only go
really
1.
is
Yeah,
really
he only
good.
went
For
1. Nice little nudge there on the 8. I don't know if that was intentional, but
yeah,
was. It
because he
was
still
very-
has to get down on the 8, so he may be leaving the 11 ball up there.
well, I think he actually left. I think he bumped that 8 on purpose. Because
So
otherwise he would have had to get the tight side on the 1 ball there.
So
Tough.
the thing about the 9 and the 7 is that because the 9 goes and the 7 does not, you use that as your safety net. And
I don't think he's thinking anything about safety nets right now.
well, I'm thinking you still have to. He's planning it in, and whether he is or not, it doesn't matter. But he's going to leave those 2 balls till last, because he thinks it's awkward to get on the 11. He's actually going to nudge through. He's shooting this in the corner, nudging through, and hoping to get a shot on the 11.
How about that? 2 and 1.
Well,
I'd play the 9 next, come around the 14. 9 to the 14, leave an angle for the 14 to come across the 2. Unless he's straight in on the 14, then maybe he draws back right now. But I think he should play the 9 here, personally.
it's tough though, isn't it, to use the 9 to get
Yeah, he doesn't
back
want to
down
play
table.
the... I'm telling you, he's going to concede, and he's going to play the 9 ball here.
Yeah. No, he's not.
No, it's not.
He's drawing.
He doesn't like it. I don't.
I'm surprised he hasn't just whacked the 11 ball in with draw off the side rail. Look at that. Yeah, okay, draw in with just speed.
That's not bad though, because that'll stun right up over there off the 7.
Yeah, it can.
The problem is that you're going to have to draw to the side rail and back out for the 8.
This is a shot you really
So he
have to
should leave this
gauge.
short.
He wants this to sort of release and go forward a little bit to get a little bit straighter on the 11. It's a possibility if you just sort of pop this in that the 7 ball causes you to be a little bit steep on the 11.
Yeah, he's going to be good. He's just going to go forward here. I don't think he's got to draw this much. Just tap it forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Just
And he
roll,
almost could have
roll
got
gently
straight.
with
You know,
speed.
he didn't quite play for it, but he
Yeah.
almost could have got to where he was intending originally.
And he's smiling to himself too. He's considering look. So stunning. Past the face of the 1 ball. Side rail, bottom rail. And he's got the 8 in the side pocket thereafter. Really got to judge this stun run through nicely.
That's really well.
Didn't
hit.
have enough speed though to be at quite where he
What do
wanted.
you mean? I think he's straight in.
Is he?
Pretty darn close.
think
I
he'd
don't
like
think you're going to see him look
couple-
very
A
long.
couple more inches would have been perfect. He doesn't have to worry about where the cue ball goes because the 4 ball's going to stop it after. Just got to make this 8 ball in the side pocket. And we haven't seen much of Duncan recently.
No, ever since
And-
the concession, we haven't seen him.
When the knife is in, turn it. 8 ball goes in.
And he did.
And that was a break and run.
Let's just take a quick another
Feel
look
like
at that stun shot past with the 11 that he shot.
Yeah, and he's fairly straight on this 11, so you have to hit this one hard. And
They ended up, I think, just about perfect.
Yeah.
He left a nice angle on the.
it's like a stun with just a fraction of run through. I feel like we haven't been counting, but I feel like that must have been a couple of break and runs because I just don't feel like we've seen Duncan recently. You can see Mason plays with his cue right between his eyes. He's not a dominant eye player.
Especially with
He
his
plays-
lighting, it's
he-
almost
he
like a.
Plays right down the middle.
Well, that's a good break. He pocketed that ball on the side. He ends up down there every time, which can make it difficult, honestly. With the cue ball down at the end of the table. He was fortunate this time he's got a shot at anything he'd like. But I think there's no reason not to take strikes.
Yeah, I mean,
here.
if you can keep breaking like that, you can run multiple racks. If you also play quite well, you know. But you'd love to be able to get this kind of table every time you break.
So, do you know the people like we're hearing right now? That lady that's laughing like so incredibly loud.
I can't hear her now.
That?
Oh, that one.
Yeah. You couldn't hear that?
You sure that was
Like,
laughing?
I wonder if that's kind of like with my sneezing.
I wonder if
Like, I don't try to.
I doubt that
sneeze
they
as
can
loud
pick
as
that
I
up
do.
at home, can they?
Maybe.
If anybody's can hear that, there was a little giggle right after Kendall said that.
You've got
She's obviously somebody must
earphones over the top of your head, and you hear it.
right.
And you're in a
and,
booth.
quite clearly, obviously, somebody is tickling her toes, or must be
Uh-oh.
something. I can't.
Mason a little aggressive on that shot. Boy, I tell you, he kind of messed up Duncan there by doing what he did.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's not quite as wide open, which is lucky for Mason. Duncan finally get a chance back to the table.
See, Ken hears that woman. Everybody can hear. They're playing foosball, apparently. I mean, I've played foosball. I don't know if I've ever had quite that much fun.
I've never enjoyed foosball that much. To laugh quite the way she did.
Yeah, correct. But I just wonder, like, I can't imagine myself laughing that loudly. But I sneeze pretty loud, and I don't try and do that. Maybe it's just can't help it. All All right, Duncan's really gonna take his time here. He's
He's just
deciding his
going to
safety
roll
again.
gently in here. 5
Right.
balls off the rail, so it just needs.
Well, he's got to get behind the 2 if he's gonna do that.
Yeah,
No, that's the issue. He's got to just catch the edge of this 2.
and he almost wants to have the only ball that Mason
Yeah,
can see
he-
be the 15, so that he can.
No, he gave
Although
him the
not really.
11.
I take that back because he doesn't want Mason to move the 15-6 because the 6 ball does go. So stripes are very awkward here. I mean, regardless of what's going on the other end of the table, I mean, the 15's all up there by itself with nowhere to go.
Well, that's why I think even if Mason has the 11 here, I think you're going to see him play safety off the 10. And see he's
And
looking where he can
If there
put
was
it.
any way that you could think about playing safe,
Oh, watch this shot. All right, so he's going to play the 15 to get in front of the 6 and try and bring the cue ball round table. No, he didn't quite get there.
Okay.
That was the idea, though, I would imagine.
And Mason just asked if he could take his mulligan on that one.
Yeah.
Duncan said no.
Is that a thing?
It is now. And Stripes still has that really awkward 13, 12 balls, you know, the 2 balls frozen together there.
Yeah, Duncan wouldn't have to necessarily get completely aggressive here. The only problem he's got is the 2, though.
Yeah, but you shoot the 5 and the 2 ball's got other pockets, doesn't it? If you can get straight on the 5 and just roll forward, you can get the 2 in the side or the long corner, either. Or, depending on how he is, he can bump the 2. And the 2 ball also goes past the 7 into that corner.
Well, I can tell, though, Duncan is really taking his time. He realizes that he really has to get something going. Mason's just over halfway here in this match right now.
And that is key, really, though, is finding what you like, what angle on the 5 ball. Get on the 5 ball and with a good angle to do something. And that's what he played there. That's actually really very, very good, that shot. We should do a replay on that because that's exactly where you want to be. And he had to negotiate not hitting the 8 ball. He played that with follow. I don't know if he had a little bit of inside, but not too much because too much. But to get on the 5 ball, this whole rack I felt was about getting on the 5 ball with a good angle to do something with it. And that's as good as you could possibly get. Now, the next question is, what are you going to do with it?
This is reasonably tough to hit in a way where you're not just going to push it into the 13.
Yeah, you have to hit it a little sweeter with a little bit more spin to push it sideways more.
Left, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
hopefully
left
you're going
English
to
and
nudge
push
the
it.
2 ball towards exactly where he just did.
Oh.
Oh, that ball hung up. He negotiated the kiss on the 2 ball well. And he's going around just to check, did I have a shot on the 2? Because if he did, he was out if that 5 ball had fallen.
Now Mason with an opportunity. He's got some messed up shots here, but
yeah, this is
Mason's a smart player. He knows not to always run out.
Yeah, but if you can't come up with a good safety, then you have to. But I mean, oh yeah, making the 5 would be all very nice, but if you're just going to sell out if you do that.
I think you're going to hang the ball there and put the 10 in your way. Oh, yeah, he's going to leave.
He's going to leave shots on these solid balls.
I don't think he is, actually. I think he's trying to come off the
Is
side
he?
of the 5 and nudge up against that other ball. Well, no, wrong
Yeah,
side.
very difficult.
Opposite side.
I mean, if it's frozen
speed, yeah.
behind the strike ball there, yeah, it's possible. And it seems like that was the only option there.
Memphis. Nice to see you.
Not completely over yet because the 2 ball is a little bit weird. Maybe he just likes it in the side pocket and it's not weird. He's standing behind it right now and eyeballing the 2 ball into the side pocket. Yeah, and I can see it right through the window here too, and it actually it's not that tight into the side pocket.
Well, I think I'd be a fool if I didn't bet on Duncan here to get out. I think even though he's been struggling here a bit. It's not something that's typically going to be tough for a 675. He doesn't quite like his angle here. Shoot the 4, you're jacked up over the 14. Shoot the 7, you're kind of coming off on more of an angle than you'd like for the 4. But I think that's probably the better choice, especially since you have the inside open. Do you jack up on this ball to do that? When you shoot that shot, to hold it?
You're saying you shoot
like
the 7 and roll forward, but try to not have too much angle on the 4? It's like a masse shot if that's the case. He's coming in from a slightly different direction. And it's so it's complex, though, isn't it? Why would you play such a complex shot when you could consider rolling it forward and still getting pretty close to the same place? Right? Because what you were describing is complex. And was that a miscue? I mean,
no, he was trying to slide it. I know what he was trying to do.
Timing was wrong. It was kind of like, it is really like a little masse shot, isn't it? Because he did dig down low. He didn't really jack up the cue ball much, but he was hitting low enough that it did sort of would have bent a little bit.
This is a discipline thing right here. You know, it's tough when your opponent is not really hitting their game. You know, you're expecting for it to be a battle because Duncan plays like he does. And I think it's a discipline thing, and it's hard to do. I think it's hard to stay focused and stay in and get out of the rags.
Well, I think he knows that he's only about just past halfway to the finish line, and Duncan is a super strong player, and so you really can't give up or not play, you know.
I don't know that it's giving up. I just think you loosen up, you know. I mean, that ball almost missed.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's almost too far to the outside. I just think you loosen up. I
yeah,
think.
well, and that's right. And if he doesn't stay focused and make sure he gets out when he has a chance, or Duncan definitely can come back. I mean, Duncan's that good. But I expect the Duncan
angle here
to start.
Left himself
running
a really
out.
nice angle coming down one rail, possibly 2 down to the end rail. He almost got too tight on that.
Well,
he got a little bit fortunate there to come off just enough of that 15 good angle to get to the 8.
It was just good enough to be happy with this nice, simple little stun-up table shot.
And take him to 9, only 6 games away from the win this week.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like quite a lopsided score. But like you say, it is possible now. Mason knows enough, though, not to really change and lighten up. But I tell you what, I mean, if Duncan gets a chance and breaks and runs a couple, you're going to realize he definitely has the potential to come back.
Larry Ryder over there. Larry Ryder is a local pool hero around here. He's the best quarter gambler you've ever seen in your life.
Yep.
He's made more money on quarter ring games than anybody in history, probably.
Well, I remember, always at the Sharks Club, he was always involved in some kind of...
He'd just always have action. It'd be a quarter or 50 cents.
And there'd always be like newbies and students and not actually the pool players, but...
he taught me so much about pool, though.
Yeah.
And 9-ball in specific, you know, in particular. He's another one that I think should be in our Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and he definitely was, obviously, at one point, one of the best players around.
I know it's Larry Dassau's nickname, but Larry the Legend is what I refer to Larry as.
So Duncan's over in the bleachers now, as if he's a spectator, waiting for the action to start up again. Mason's coming back now.
So the question is, I'd like to come and play any one-pocket tournaments. So we don't necessarily have one-pocket tournaments, but we do have Mason here who absolutely loves the game of one-pocket. He doesn't list it as his favorite game, but for the longest time he would tell me it was his favorite game. Oh, did you see? I've got this neat little watch to make sure Mason's racking the balls straight.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's see how they look. You know, I never even thought about this, but I never adjusted the overhead camera, so they put this pool table back identical to where it was.
Wow.
I mean, the odds of that are crazy. I can't believe it.
Oh, that's good.
Look at that nice straight rack. All the balls look to be revealed in the same amount.
Well, he's got them square, doesn't he? Looks like.
Yep. Looks that way.
There you go.
Well, you got bumped back closer to the middle of the table, which made that break a little better. Got some problems with the 15 and the 3, but the 4 has an answer.
Yeah.
Oh, I will, Kenneth. He'll like that. He likes his one pocket. Kenneth, where are you out of? Where do you play? I think you might have said that earlier, but
Yeah, and the 3 ball actually, as Mason just pointed out, does actually have a pocket.
yeah.
I'll find a way to get nice and straight on it.
6, use the 13 to get to the 7. Got to be careful not to send the 13 in front of the 2. Steve Matoxin, what's going on, my friend? Good to see you. Just had a huge fundraiser for him. All his friends gathered
Steve,
together.
we missed you at the Steve Matoxin pool tournament.
I didn't miss him.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, was he here?
Only for a moment.
Oh.
All right, using 13, and he did hit it light enough to leave that 2 ball open. So you see just a little jacked up stop shot here from Mason for the 5 up in the corner. He's shaking his head, but
yeah,
he'll work his way through this rack.
I think he can use the 1 ball in a couple of shots' time to just sneak behind the 12, hopefully not hit the 12 and end up down.
I honestly think he's going to roll up here. 5 ball set for the 3 off the 5. And then he's got the 1 and the 2 as a safety valve.
Set for the 3 off the 5.
Yeah, so roll forward just a little bit here, make the 7, leaving yourself an angle to roll up towards that corner pocket off the 5.
The 5 in the long pocket.
Yeah, because if you're too far, you still got the 4.
Yeah, we'll see
if you're too short, you got the 1 or the 2.
See if he likes the angle he got on it.
Well, does it go past that way? Cause
I think it has to now.
That
past the 4 ball, but so that cue ball just slipped away a little bit. And there you go. He's looking at the line I was suggesting, that using the 1 in the side, he can pop this 5 ball in, and if he can't go to the right, he can still go to the left. And you'd think you'd almost want to take the 2 ball out of there before you did it. Okay, so he is on that. And if the 8 ball goes past the 11, which it almost looks like it doesn't, you could leave the 2 till last. Because it looks like he's on perfect on the 1 ball to get down on the 3. It means he's going to leave the 2 ball till last.
Definitely glad that you followed him. He appreciates that. He's building his fan base. Mason's done very well for himself in the few.
He's got a few groupies following him around. We call them the Masonettes.
Masonettes. Yeah. So I think you just roll forward here. I think the 4 naturally plays up to the corner pocket if you just hit the center ball and roll up.
So the way he's played this tells me that
you just hope you don't make it.
The 8 ball must go past the 11.
Not necessarily. He could be planning on drawing back and playing it in the same pocket he's got the 4 in.
Right. So okay. That
Come-
means he
come
does
between the
not want to
15.
does not want to get too straight on the 2 ball.
Yeah, I think you come between the 15 and the 12 off one rail.
Yeah.
Just try and get just outside that 12 ball.
And he's got to do
Yeah,
that.
right there.
Okay, yeah, picking a path that
Mhm.
avoids all the stripes to give himself that angle to sort of zing back down again. Don't want too much angle on the 2 ball or it's all kind of ruined. And you don't want to be
Oh, keep
so
going.
soft.
Might have got too straight on that ball, or too short on that ball.
Well, he's been known to use a jump cue before.
And he was
And
struggling for a while with his jump cue, but
he's looking at it with his regular cue, so it's a little spinny masse shot. No, he's going for the jump cue. So he's going to jump the edge of the 12 with draw and probably with a little bit of left-hand spin. And he's got to be careful he doesn't mistime it and just jump the cue ball right off the pool table. In fact, you kind of have to use the 2 ball to save the cue from going off the table. Yeah, so the timing on this has got to be perfect.
man, they should hire that lady for ads for foosball to try and increase
Yeah.
participation. I mean, if people knew that it was that much fun, they might play. Jump shot coming. I think 13 helps you here. Chance. Yep. And
Wow.
it sure did help him. That didn't, though.
Well, hit the replay button. He's not done yet, but I mean, he did well. Just A, hit the ball, B, not lose the cue ball off the table, and C, make the 2 ball. But that's not enough. He's still got a chance, though. Look at this shot. Incredible. So it's like like a second bounce. Hit the pool table once, bounced up, and then landed on the 2 ball.
I kind of like the fact that he's going to kick at this ball. I think it shows that he's not just swinging. I don't think you're going to see this hit very hard, even though he's warming up like he's going to hit a million miles an hour. Well,
Oh.
he did hit a million
Wow.
miles an hour. It's good effort. It was pretty close to the pocket. Duncan, happy to get to the table, have
Yep.
a chance. Nice open table for him to start out with. A quick look at that kick again.
Pretty good looking kick, actually. You know, the billiards gods have just rolled the 8 ball and the 11 into an issue, but it's still definitely advantage stripes in this rack.
Well, Duncan has not been very successful at playing safety, so if he does determine to play safety, he needs to make sure that he gets him stuck. But that 8-13 is not
Well,
looking great.
and even if he leaves Mason an edge on this 8 ball, I can't see any offensive shot for him, and even just contacting the 8 sells out. But Duncan doesn't need to play safe if he likes a break shot. He's, you know, that's okay,
Well,
really, because what has Mason got here? Anything he does here sells out.
except for freeze him on a ball. I mean, you
Maybe.
can do things. You know,
Yeah.
I mean. But, yeah, you're definitely not in a good position if you're Mason in this game. And he knows he's...
What do you try? Do you, in the end, shoot a shot that you know is going to... What do you do? Tie balls up. So here we go. He's going to
Tap
try.
it.
I know he's going to go for a good hit.
Tap the ball.
Needs to leave him frozen if the 13 escapes.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
What are you going to get out of this?
Yeah, nothing.
Even if he missed.
Right.
It's more open than it was.
I mean, he can
You
shoot
know.
one of these 2 stripes down table, the 11 or the 15, and if it doesn't go in, it's a perfect safety.
I like this shot better. Except for you are going to open up the 8 then.
He's playing a combination. He's saying, look, I'm just going for this. I'm favorite to get out. He can make a ball now.
Just don't
he expects
undercut
to get
this
out.
ball. Oh, no.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness. That was pretty close.
Well.
I thought he was scratching there for sure. It looked like he shot it straight
Yeah.
in.
Bad intake. It's incredible, isn't it? But he's absolutely fine where he is. He's got a nice shot on the 13.
One more rotation over, and that ball was Drano. Still tough. You're
Well,
jacked
now
up on the rail.
you're sure. Now that he's decided to go for it, it's a little bit more open, and he doesn't want to let Mason have any kind of shot here because there are bank shots or kick shots or something going on.
You really don't want to do
Because he has
here is
opened it up. But
hit this ball slow like you're supposed
and
to.
I get going for that because A, he had a real good chance to get out, and B, he solved his own problem on the 13 ball. Okay.
Nice little bump there by the 10. Helped him out with the 11 a bit.
He's looking good here. 9 balls, the last ball.
Just don't want to bump into the 10 here. Nope. What did I just say?
He's all right.
He is all right, but nice slide straight past that ball. Staten Island. I'm American. I don't know my geography, so there you go. Duncan stroking around the table for the 15 here.
Draw 1 rail. Duncan gets up. He doesn't like it.
So, Kenneth, what is your normal pool room? Where do you play out of?
With speed.
Duncan going to take himself to 3 here and get the ball rolling. We've seen Duncan run 4 and 5 racks. That make it interesting if he could come back here and get rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's see how his next break goes. And we really haven't seen a lot of Duncan in this match. But we may see a lot of Duncan in the second half of this match. We'll find out. But
well, they sat on the wrong side, so Duncan's in red. But a little bit about Duncan while we got him racking. He is a 675. He's 60 years old. Prairie du Sac, Wisconsin. He shoots with a Jacoby with a 12.9 Revo carbon fiber shaft. Kamui Clear Soft. How many of those do you put on?
quite a lot.
Yellow soft? Mostly medium, right?
No, never mediums. Hardly ever, except if you want a hard tip. The Kamuis are all hard.
Oh.
So the medium is pretty hard, and the most common one is soft and also super soft.
He's been playing pool for 46 years. And look at that, Kenneth. His favorite game? One pocket. Favorite player, Shane Van Boning.
And he also, it says here, uses the Floby. Look how neat his hair is in that picture. Every hair the same length.
That's funny. All right, Duncan to break. Kept the cue ball out of the pocket along with every other ball. So Mason back at it.
And again, you know, for a player who likes to play quick and sort of rhythm, 8-ball sometimes slows you down when it's weird and complex. And right away, he's just walked right into a problem of his own making. I don't know. Does the 13 go past the 5? You got okay, survive that.
The 11's a problem. The 15's a problem.
Yeah, well, the 15's
a problem.
The 15's a solution to the 11-ball problem.
I don't know if I'm just seeing it from a funny angle right now, but
the 15 goes right in the corner, right? Stop shot on the 14 gets you nicely on the 15 with the perfect angle to break the 11. Except he's got a little angle on this 14, unfortunately, so he can't play a stop shot on it.
Not too much.
And he's not on the right side of it this time, so he can't afford to shoot the 15 if it's not going to break the 11, so he's got to shoot a different ball. And cutting this 9-ball in might just go right into the 4 and the 11.
Hilarious. I have to do a watching with Spotify Wi-Fi from Cabo San Pablo. Yeah. Oshkosh?
Gosh.
Oh, that's perfect right there.
Wow.
That came out really nice for him. He's got that 15 now up in the corner. I think just opened right up on that shot.
It's open, but it's going to take pinpoint position to pick these off, considering he's got to get on the 13, which is nestled on the side there.
I mean, I personally think he's just got a stop shot here. 15 in the corner, stun it in, and hold it.
All right. Yeah,
I think.
that probably is the right best way to do it. And you figure out, do you then try and get up for the 10, or do you take the 11 ball in? It's difficult to imagine getting on the 10 from either of those two, unless you have pinpoint precision. An angle on the 15.
Forward.
So can he stay on the 13 when he shoots this 11?
I'm curious if you see him shoot the 11 to the 10.
Right,
And
you
then
can
come
get on the
2
10.
rails back around for the 13
Right, if
off the 10.
If you thought getting on the 10 would help you here, yeah, you can do it nicely from the 11.
Oh.
But before we agree to do that, you have to tell me how you're getting on the 13 from there.
All right, Mr. Daly, you have a good night, and good luck tomorrow. And raise a lot of money. They raised a ton of money for Willie's tournament, so that's good to see.
Yeah, so
at
he
that
banking
shot.
backwards and forwards to get on the 13, and thought came off that point and got him absolutely straight on the 13.
Well,
which
and
is
he's
incredible.
perfect. He can get past the 5 here.
Is an unbelievable.
He's got almost a perfect line to come past the 5.
It's the billiards god saying yes. I'll give you this one. Millimeters away from being a scratch shot, of course. And he'd have had a lot more angle on the 13 if it hadn't hit that point. But he's kind of... looks like he can just stun right through. Zing.
Yeah, and he did.
Follow through. Brilliant. 8 ball goes in the side, so he should be able to just draw back and... Or he could... He's got a tiny angle on the 10, so he could follow forward if he really wants to go that way.
He's just in a
Speed
weird
control.
little
No, he's
spot.
digging
isn't he?
down.
Yeah, you got to force this into the hole, though. You can't jaw it. Good shot.
Yeah, that's pretty much as good as you could do. And I was going to say might end up bridging out of the pocket.
A tricky little shot. You cut this a little bit short and let it float forward.
Drag around the edge of the 2 ball. Oh, he
Oh.
pops it in. Oh,
Uh-oh, careful.
Yeah, okay. He
Here,
survived.
let's take a look at this
So-
little slide shot. I'll leave it play one more time because we'll see the setup for it. But
He survived a little kiss on that ball there and didn't scratch. Game of millimeters, isn't it?
that's nice. Will Nowicki checking in. He says, really enjoy the King of the Hill. Mostly watched the replay, but finally got a chance to watch live. Always like to watch high-level bar box 8 ball. Yep, and these guys are definitely capable of doing that. So Duncan's struggling a little bit tonight, but Mason hasn't made a lot of mistakes either. So 10 games to 3. I want to thank everybody for joining us here at Mad Apple Extreme. We are located inside the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company right here on West College Avenue in Appleton, Wisconsin. And we're a 14,000 square foot facility with outdoor seating and all that kind of good stuff. But we're a scratch-made restaurant first, and we happen to have 15 pool tables. And a lot of leagues.
And Mason is playing well. I mean, he just won that Cured Up tournament, didn't he?
Yeah, came back. Tough matches. He beat Jeremy Fetkenauer, who was our reigning king for 9 weeks, and then he went on to double dip Little John Fields. And he actually lost his first match to Martin Zalva Jr.
And then he nearly lost his second match.
The MH Penguin.
That's right.
Well, and I saw him outside when I was leaving, and he said, "MH is really bringing it." He said, "I'm going to have to play to win this match." So he gave you some props. All right, Duncan in a little bit of trouble here.
What a mess, but he's going to
Playing
open
out
everything
his-
up with this shot. No, he's not. Tap. Gentle tap. Some players would have whacked that with full speed and just re-break.
Well, so now he's got to get another angle on the 11, so he's got to change up, get over to the 13 here.
Yeah, and
move over.
he's definitely got balls to do it. So, and I mean that in both senses of the word. And the 11 goes off the 3, of course. So I would think he's going to shoot the 13 first and get position. No,
I'm surprised if he shoots us off the 2 right now to break that.
that wouldn't make any sense.
Well, it kind of does because you're coming into the 14 on a better angle that way. Did he get it open? It's close.
Oh, he sent the cue ball into the 14.
Yeah.
I get it.
It's close. He might be able to roll that soft touch
Wow.
down the rail there.
There's definitely 2 ways to go, wasn't there? I mean,
Try and draw into these now.
yeah. It's just got worse, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Not only that, he doesn't even have a legal hit.
Yeah, I think it's tough to get to the 13. He's also behind the 8 for the 12.
Billiards cards are not being friendly to Duncan.
Well, and I mean, this isn't really a fair outing for Duncan right now. If people have never seen Duncan play, he's an absolute champion.
And Mason did sacrifice a chicken sandwich to the billiards gods earlier.
Yes. Oh my! Does that happen on purpose? Like every time I give the whole, I'll do it again. I don't care. I want to thank everybody for joining here us here at Mad Apple Extreme.
Try one more time.
We're located
When do you start again?
inside the
Come on.
Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company right here at West College Avenue, Appleton, Wisconsin. Happy to be here. Mason with the safety.
And what Mason has done is left.
We're repeating ourselves, by the way.
Didn't you just say that?
I may have. It's really tough to play against a
I
guy.
thought he'd
who's
almost left
playing-
him a shot on the 13, which would have break
no.
everything up, and thin snick on the 13. So that situation over on the side rail with the 3 ball and the 1 and the 14 is obviously on the favor of solids because the 1 ball can pop that open nicely. So
He
that
just called it.
means Mason can afford to be a little bit more aggressive here, and if he makes this bank shot, he's got a chance to get out because the 1 and the 3 are not bad. And he's glad he didn't bump those open there.
Right.
Stripes, on the other hand, it's pretty tough.
He got a little bit of a roll there, too.
Oh,
He
that's
covered
the-
up the 12
I'll
ball.
tell you what,
5 ball still goes.
The billiards cards are not on Duncan's side. Stripes does have actually. I take it back. The 13 off the 3, pop everything open.
Yeah, that's
Right? And
dangerous.
if only the pink 12 ball had a pocket, which maybe it does or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I think it probably does. Then he can go out. You say dangerous, but his back's up against the wall and not got any other way to control this rack. That I could so far, let's say.
No, I agree. I think
But if
you're
that
right.
13 goes off the 3, he may be sitting with a runnable position.
Right, and instead of opting for that, he decides
Yeah.
he's going to just plop that.
Because he still might be able to do that later, and that is a good tactical decision there. Probably.
I don't know. Mason's open here, isn't he? I mean,
Yeah.
the problem, obviously.
A 5 ball. You're right, though. The solids are open, considering that the 1 and the 3. He's going to bank this in. And if it goes off the 3 ball, it's problem solved already.
Yeah.
Oh,
let's see
okay.
what played safe.
And that was the main key to that. In fact, he deliberately did not try to make a bank shot. He was.
Put the 15 on a rope. So Duncan's got a chance to do what you were talking about here. Draw back out of this. Set up for that 13 off the 3 in the side.
Yeah, and it may be that 15 is kiss off the 7 is set so nicely he can do almost
I
anything.
think it is, yeah.
Yeah, then he can do almost anything he wants position-wise.
I think that's what I'm seeing is he'll be
Because
able to just pull up here.
He's got a wide range of hits on that 15.
Ideally, he
He'll
wants
still
to
make
be in
it.
the line of the 6 ball, right? 6 and 13, be right between
Yeah,
those
so
two.
you're
isn't it?
saying if the cue ball was where the 6 ball is right now, yeah, you've got a perfect shot to
When you hit
hit-
that, you
hit the
hit that
13
shot
off
off
the
the 3 on
3.
the side good enough, you might even make the 14. Combination goes right past that 1 ball.
Oh,
Well,
and he has played for that, but he didn't want to be frozen on this 4 ball.
why
He's
not jacked up
not
over a
quite
ball?
straight. Yeah, and he's
Gotta
not
hit
quite
it
straight,
hard.
and so might play this fairly controlled because now he's following the cue ball down table past the 8, and if the 14 heads that way too, it may end up straight on it up table.
You're quite the optimist.
Well, yeah, but so he doesn't have to
Well,
hit
I
this
know
hard,
it's
is what
got a
I'm saying. If
chance.
you hit it hard, it's sort of more trying to get lucky or to get a shot on 1 ball on a table. But
He didn't even opt to try and do
no,
it.
and
Figures he's going to let Mason try and do it.
well, in a safety battle, the side that has 6 balls on the table has a big advantage.
Well, he knows how aggressive Mason can play. So
Right,
he's-
lure him into.
yeah, but it's tough to lure somebody who's making almost everything they shoot at into. I mean,
I remember when Billy the Kid was playing in that tournament a while back here, and he was playing a safety break on the break, and of course a lot of the players, like he played against Mason, obviously trying to shoot at everything and kind of run
Oh.
yourself into trouble, and Billy won that one.
Oh, now he just did put himself in trouble because now I think Duncan does have a playable ball here.
He's got a shot. Yeah, that's the one thing you don't want to do is give him a shot on this 13 off the 3.
Trap an animal in the corner and
Well,
he's going to attack.
Billy the Kid won by playing the safety break against Mason. He then won against Keith Hunkins.
And then they made it.
And then he ran up against Jeremy Fetkenhauer, who also knew how to play the safety game. And there was one rack where there was like 20 shots into the rack, and neither of them had chosen solids or stripes yet. Whoever shoots that ball in first has 1 less ball on the table. So just neither of them wanted to shoot them in.
Good cross bake the 13 too, Sam.
And then
Same
go into it.
idea,
And that's it. Look at that great shot. Hit the replay button,
yeah.
Kendall.
Perfect shot.
That was brilliant. And the whole time it was all about trying to get on that. And
Let Duncan shoot these out, and then we'll.
oh my goodness.
Goodness gracious! Well,
What
let's
was
go
he-
back to the shot quick.
Oh, you don't get a replay of that miss there. I want to see.
No.
That's a shame. Yeah, that's a great shot that he just played there. So good that he gave himself a chance to run the rack, and somehow he played a spin shot there. I feel like he was trying to zing around the angles. And that's the shot that you have to time right, otherwise you do miss it.
Mason's got to get good on the 7 to get to that 3-1. I think. I think, or he could play it here, play it in the corner, and slide over into him. But I kind of like the 4 ball here. I'm just gonna slide over into him right here. Ideally between the 3 and the 1, and kick the 1 out. Yeah, just like that. It's a good shot. Can't believe that hung up.
Does the 8 ball even have a pocket anyway?
Well, now you consider safety because that 1 ball got tied up.
Yeah, and so that's means that Duncan's little mistake there has not yet cost him this rack. So chipping off the edge of the pink ball and try and hide behind. Oh, okay. Now use the 3 ball to get behind both of them. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, and Duncan should be able to jump this ball, probably make it, but
Yeah.
the 8 ball being tied up.
So yeah, you want to get a sort of a thinnish hit on the 14 and just hope to get lucky and go into him. And I wouldn't call it luck because that's if that's exactly what you're playing. So jumping this ball, cutting the 14 a little bit thinner than you might guess. Cue ball can go into those. Bump into the 1 ball. Of course, if you do bump into the 1 ball, where does the 8 go? It kind of goes towards those other solids. And Duncan's deciding instead to say, look, the 1 ball's difficult. If I could give you a second problem, you can't solve both of them with ball in hand. But the 6 ball did not freeze on the 3 ball as it was supposed to.
I think the 1 just throws straight in here. Doesn't it? Or is he going to play safe again, Mason?
I mean, there's one safety that I would be considering here, is to shoot the 4 ball onto the 14 ball stripe, making Duncan's last ball,
I like that.
hooking Duncan behind the 5, and even if he does get a
I
good
like
hit
you
on it.
doing that with the 6 ball, then rolling up onto the 3. Shoot the 6-14, roll up, just touch the rail.
It's tough, isn't it? You can hit that. It's the wrong. I
Yeah,
mean,
but what are you going to leave him?
well, true. I mean, there's some school of thought that says
Yeah, I think
let
you
Duncan see the 8 ball, but I don't know.
He's going to break this.
Yeah, you've got a chance to go out, and it's worth going for because even if you miss the break shot, you still got control. Although, the more balls
Yeah.
you shoot, the tougher it gets.
Not as much.
Right. So you just don't want Duncan to have a nice, easy, clean shot on the 14 because there's definitely a way that you can use it to break the 8. So he needs to hook him here.
That time the 14 didn't, or the 4 didn't come out and kick him into the clear.
And we were talking
Last
before,
time he played that shot, it did.
we were talking before about jumping and cutting the 14 in, but
I think he's just going to masse this.
yeah, he's not. He still hasn't.
You masse this ball, you slide down table, you got the cross bank. I mean,
Yeah, he's not jumping.
you can try and hook these up again.
I don't know about this. He just doesn't. I don't see this winning. I get.
Especially if that's going to line up straight on him.
I mean,
I like your shot now. 4 ball.
oh, he didn't get a rail.
But no, he shot the.
Oh yeah, he shot. Of course, he shot some Masons. No need for a rail when you're going for,
And he didn't get a
for a
rail.
deliberate foul. Yeah.
Mason just insists on trying to get out here. He's going to draw back again. And eventually he's got to bump these
There
balls.
you go. But it's still tough this way, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I mean, it's still
He's
tough.
got to make this 1 ball now. Well, not necessarily, but he's got shots on all 3 balls. But
4 balls you on. Or the one on the
the
side
4
you
balls
can play,
because
I
you can
guess.
get on the 1 and the safe. You're on the 6 just in case you get the speed wrong. No, he's going for the bank shot. It's all or nothing. All or nothing. Giving up any strategic advantage, you just got to shoot these in the hole. And if it goes in,
No, you made that.
that's all you need. That's all you need. There you go. That's why he's staying aggressive. You can lure yourself into giving up chances to get out, can't you? Thinking too much about safety. And that's what makes 8 ball so interesting. There's so many different ways that this could go. Or that you could have taken
Well, you
that.
kept that interesting.
I would have definitely tried to get the 14 out of the pocket and hook him and
See another gentle bank here and just slide up the rail.
bank shot.
I don't know.
This
I
is
don't like
tough.
cutting this
No,
ball.
I know it's tough.
I think I'd rather bank this ball than
Well,
cut
I
it.
don't like cutting it either because you can have.
Bank, you can either try and draw it and slide up towards the side pocket, or play follow and get up for that same side pocket.
So you'd have to really reconsider the previous shot and figure out how he ended up here.
Let's see, which one is it?
She got YouTube on the
here,
YouTube
I
stream.
should have played this before.
Oh, he hit that shot.
Oh,
terrible.
man. He hit that ball terrible.
Is there an echo in here?
Who said that?
Okay. What's
Bank shot going.
what's the idea here, Mason?
Bank shot and hold it. Is what it looks like.
Oh, lovely. What a wonderful shot. Hit that button, Kendall.
That's the shot I was saying.
That
You
was-
just
yeah.
slide up table.
It's just all you had is you've got to do it, and he hit it absolutely sweet. What a great shot. Brilliant recovery. This shot here. It's 2 banks in a
That was
row
to make up for the ball he hit terrible.
and a good control position. And he spent a good thoughtful amount of time before he shot that ball to really figure it out. And that was a high class save, let's say. And that's the thing, there might be people saying, oh, you should have played that smarter and been more tactical, but he did get out, and so you really can't complain. And, of course, getting out is better than leaving Duncan a kick shot or something. Duncan actually refused several times to jump or kick at that 14 ball.
The ball's getting mixed up again. He's having trouble getting them tight. Got one of them
check
there
'em.
old balls in there.
Probably not, because I know they keep the TV ball separate. But yeah, I noticed that before he was doing that too.
Well, yeah, we need new TV balls, though. This set's pretty old.
Oh, add it to the order
It's got
list.
a lot of polishing on it. Well, I tell you, I was talking about that Willie Munson tournament earlier, and I cannot say enough for how much how well that young man played.
Caden.
Caden. Oh,
Caden
yeah.
Hillman.
Yeah, he's just consistent.
Yep. He loves the game, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was pretty critical on himself because he missed a ball or two, but he really just overall played such nice pool. It was
You
great.
should probably hit the replay button if you still can for that break, because I mean it doesn't break much better than that.
Yeah, the 15-2 is going to be a little bit of an issue for him.
Yeah, and then the 13 too. So you almost like
Yeah.
solids, don't you?
I didn't quite catch that break, so we don't have a replay for it. Yeah,
I mean the 2 ball's okay, isn't it?
The 8-3 is, the 2's good, and the 8-3 becomes a little bit of a headache, but the 8-3 also protects the 8 ball. So
Yeah, and the 2 ball and the pink 4 both block the pockets for stripes, so both of those are problems for stripes.
when if he moves the 13 here, he's got a good chance for that 3 ball up in the corner. So he could move the 13 to set on the 5. Nope.
Set on the 5 it is, though. If the 7 wasn't in the way, you'd probably try and make contact with the 3 or the 8.
There you go. 5 off the 9, send the 9 up into the 8-3.
Ooh, so easy for that to catch that 9 ball too thick.
Yeah.
And miss.
I thought you were going to say from in the booth, because it's pretty easy from in the booth.
No, I never say that. Too many other people say it.
I'm telling you, he's playing this.
I never miss anything from the booth.
You sounded ridiculous.
That is ridiculous, yes.
Look at that.
Oh, he did
Look
play
at
that
that.
shot. That's ridiculous.
I told
That
you.
is ridiculous. And knock the 3 ball out. Incredible.
And
And for that shot to work, because of where that 9 ball was positioned, it wasn't really perfect, and you had to absolutely make sure you got a thin contact on the 9 for it to go in. He's got to look how thin this shot has to be on the 9 ball.
I mean, that's just a pretty shot.
And you can see the direction the 9 ball went, right into the 3 ball. He combinationed that in. Combination that onto the 3 ball, which is now open. And he's on the 2. He needs to be on the 6 after this, and he is. Wow. And this would be another break and run that he sort of manufactured out of nowhere. He's taken a big, deep breath, and now he's blown out. He's controlling his breathing, just like his Lamar's teacher taught him.
Is he gonna? Yeah, forward. Oh no, he stunned it over. Just missed it. It's tough. He was worried about going around the 9. I think he should have probably went forward there.
Well,
I really like that shot off the 9 on the side. That was fun.
but now he's going to have to sit down. He's still standing real close to the table, thinking to himself, what happened? He's reconsidering, but Duncan's at the table now, and Mason may have to sit for a bit while Duncan figures this one out. And
It's not the greatest starting shot. It's not horrible, but still got issues with that 10 ball a little bit. Or I should at least say the obvious pocket is not open to it.
yeah, and it does go in the side, the 10 ball you're talking about. And after the 15's gone, it goes into the long pocket in the corner, past the 14, or where the 14 is.
Probably goes past the 7 in the side also.
On the other
Kind
side,
of,
yeah.
where the cue ball is right now. It's definitely the ball you're dancing around, though.
So let's see
Get
what
to the
angle
right
he's
side
got.
of that or not?
Yeah, almost from the
Keep
overhead view. And the
straight, huh?
overhead view sometimes is deceiving, but
That's
no,
straight.
even looking right at the table, I can tell he's just gone past the line of that shot into the side pocket.
Ron Sosnowski checking in.
So it's going to take another power sort of follows spin with a lot of zing to get down table if there's any hope for it. He played one similar to this earlier in the match. That was just enough that he did get out. It looks like he's not using any left. Right, he must
look
have.
at that shot.
Yeah, brilliant. That's a great shot.
Yeah, he did. He got.
He
too
would
far,
love to
though.
have nudged
Yeah.
at 8 and been on the 10. He was almost on the 10.
Well, or just a little slower would have been good. To come short there.
Oh, yeah, that shot was so close. And it's kind of the same thing that happened last time he played that kind of shot, which is made the ball, got really close, and then still just slightly awkward.
Now what?
Now what is a good question. The 9 ball's cuttable.
Yeah, safety
It's a-
coming.
it's a
He's
Hail-
just going
it's
to
a Hail
roll up
Mary.
to the rail here.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to like that.
Well, I mean, what I don't like about it is
Mason's got a shot and a safety. You play the 3 ball here.
3 ball in the side
Cue ball.
past the 10.
No, 3 ball up in the corner
Oh,
here.
okay.
And then you roll right through that gap and leave him no shot on the 10 or the 9, even if you miss. Well,
Yeah, and he
he's
looks
going
like
the other way. He's
he's
making.
going to snick off the edge. Yeah, that's what I was
He's going to
thinking.
leave him the bank on the 9. She's probably not going to play.
I mean, it's tough to think of any safety shot that's any easier than the bank on the 9, and he may just be forced into bank in the 9. He's not, though, is he? He's going to do the same thing and just roll up onto it and Chinese snooker him on the 9 ball. That one bumped away, so Mason doesn't have difficult bridging on this one. He's supposed to be frozen on the 9 there. Make it awkward. And Mason's got a wide open layout.
Well, and again, the nice thing is Mason can play forward far enough on this shot to make it nearly impossible for him to make anything here.
And so that's why he hit it as hard as he did there.
Yep. Still,
And
had
of
the
course, that's
sticks.
also why he missed it. But if it rolled that in gently, yeah, you're saying, oh, it's a sellout shot. But if it goes in, which is more likely at a slower speed, he's nicely on the 6 and the 7.
I like his percentages there. I think he played that right. I think it was more crucial that you get the cue ball down table than make that ball. How many times
Unless
do
you
you
feel
think he
good
actually
about it.
missed
I'm
that?
surprised he didn't just pop the 3 ball into the corner, long corner pocket. He could have popped it in.
This is almost like not even showing up, Fred Renner. Just kidding. Happy to see you.
Now, what kind of constructive shot could Duncan play here? Looks like he's picked something. We're going to find out what it is. Okay, he's trying to get back on, freeze on the 9 ball.
I pushed the.
And he was hoping the only ball that was a little bit of risky was where's the 6 ball going to end up.
So I guarantee you see Mason hit this ball a little bit different than the last. Much slower because now it's a sellout no matter what, so you got to make it. Oh, is he playing the 7? He's playing safe to the 7?
Yeah, you can play safe if you can get behind the 6. There you go. Simple safety.
He might have left the edge of the 9. Duncan might be able to see this ball. Well, go ahead and tell us, Fred, what kept you so long tonight? Out picking asparagus? Is it still that time of year?
No, he was cutting his hair with his Floby.
Maybe.
Fred sort of think that's the weirdest thing to ever hear anyone say, but
What?
What I just did.
Oh.
He just came into the conversation and have no idea why we're talking about Flobies. Right, enough of that.
Got Matt Strong in the house tonight from Strong Knife Company. Brought in some of his work. Unbelievable, really. Have you seen any of those knives he built?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, great. Look at the
Oh,
shots.
what a brilliant
Get
shot.
out of the. Oh, I was going to say, do not scratch. That would have been
And so
really
that was
unfortunate.
beautiful little real first with lots of spin. Look at that shot. Was real first, was it?
Yeah, he couldn't have hit it any better.
Yeah.
Look at that
Wow.
shot.
And look how far the
Yeah.
the 9 was so far off the rail.
Well, and here's the tester. This is out of the pocket like this after you just made a great shot like that.
Yeah.
Down 8 games.
And normally, you'd expect you'd call Duncan definitely favourite to make this. Hasn't quite been going right for him tonight.
That's tough.
And what he also probably doesn't like is if you just roll this 10 ball in and cinch it in, if you get a funny little bump on the 8 ball. And you'd be hard pressed to apply any kind of spin to this shot. You just got to roll it in to make it.
He did.
He got to choose the
Perfect
speed there.
shot.
That's how he got to control this ball, and that's perfect.
Look at that.
Is
Straight
perfect.
in
How
on the
many
8.
times did he go across the table there?
Twice. That's more like it. That's the Duncan I'm used to seeing. So that's going to get him to 4 games. Let's race to 15.
And I guarantee there's no quit in Duncan. He drove all this way from Madison to play this match.
Looks like he's quitting right now.
Well, he's taking off his glove and running to the bar to do a quick shot of vodka.
Or 3.
Okay, here's this shot. Yeah,
Yeah,
this
he's-
is the shot on the 3 ball. I think he's resetting. Which, I know he's got the 6 ball there, but this was the 3 ball that he sort of hit with speed instead of, we were talking about whether you roll it in to make it easier to make the ball or hit it with follow and speed so it turns it into a 2-way shot and then makes it more likely to miss. And now that would have been a sellout, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What he just did there at the slower speed. But
Yeah, I liked his
under
choice,
match
I
conditions,
think.
you know,
Yeah.
obviously that doesn't mean he was. There it is. Third time's a charm.
All right, Debbie, I don't have a problem if you go ahead and talk to Fred, but at least check in and say hi to us. I mean, hi, Debbie. Just kidding.
All right, private message him, would you?
Yeah, I mean. Well, here we are again. Wait, let's check in on the players. Oh, never mind, they're not there.
AWOL, missing in action.
AWOL. What a mess, too.
Anybody been watching the World Pool Masters out there? Top 16 players in the world.
Yeah, that.
Good
I
matches.
mean,
I haven't had
who
a chance.
lost first round? I mean, there was a falling out the first round. I heard.
Well,
everybody lost.
every single player on that list was
World Pool
top notch.
Pool
Yeah, I
Masters,
mean, whoever
huh?
gets kicked out it's an upset. Duncan's back, and then here comes Mason. What's he got there? A big bag of ice.
Yeah,
In a
just
Ziploc bag.
trying to stay cool.
Yeah, he said last week he was too hot.
Yeah, he said he got really uncomfortable for a while. It was warm.
And then in the back room, there's a cribbage tournament going on here in the next room, and they were saying that it was too cold, and so he was worried that they were going to turn the heat up and
Yeah, I know. I gave
make
I gave
him
him
too hot.
heaters.
But this is the beginning of Duncan's comeback. Needs to start with a ball on the break. And Mason's not really, you know, he's still 4 games away, so Duncan can do this in a couple of short sessions of breaking and running. But you've got to be breaking well. Well, that's good. kind of looked when they right immediately after he hit that they weren't going to open up well.
Well, it's 7-13 is a little bit of a dilemma. You got the 4 and the 15 down there to take care of it.
Yeah, definitely some awkward things you have to negotiate if you want to be the one who runs out here. And it's almost certainly got to be solids because he doesn't really have a good shot on stripes. And I'd be thinking about if I'm going to shoot the 2 ball, I've got to go into the 6 maybe.
I made Debbie feel guilty.
We'll
She said hi to us. Tim Glasheen checking in. What's going on? And Joseph Marwitz asking if Mason is playing next week. He is. He's playing in the pro event, not in the BCAPL event.
And one of the things you find as you play pool and 8-ball is that sometimes the person who shoots first, if they don't get out, it's the worst thing you can do, isn't it? And running yourself, trying to run at these balls, not that he's got much choice really. Pushing the bird out too far. He's got a really awkward position here. And so, yeah, give that a whack and see if it looks better afterwards.
Well, he made it came out all right there. I think he got the 3 ball out of there, so that's going to help.
That is actually a good result. The 5 ball's sitting nice. In fact, he now has
7
probably
balls.
a safety net with the 13 not going, and he's only got one big problem, and that's the 7.
I honestly think you
And
go
he-
to the 4 here next.
Yeah, to get an angle. You want to do it as soon as possible, and if you're going to use the 4 to break it, get on it now.
That's going to work. Well, I don't know. You got 2 straight here, maybe.
Straight's not good, but he doesn't have a shot on other balls, so. I mean, is it crazy to somehow try and play some kind of safety off the 7, knowing that Mason will have chances to break his only problem, the 13 ball out? I can't tell you for sure that the 13 even is a problem.
Yeah, it might go.
But no, that's too risky, isn't it? You can't break that out. But you don't want to keep making balls either. You're not. Oh, he is on the 6. So he has a chance still now to get a break angle on the 4. And he's got that. So this shot
that's
right
much
here.
better, yeah.
Yeah, perfect, because he's naturally.
Well, and it is, too. If you look at the way this is set up, if you hit this ball just with straight left, it should come around perfect.
What do you mean? You mean hit the end rail?
Yeah.
I'm thinking just go straight into it right now. Stun right across with just a fraction of follow and go
I don't
into
know
it.
how you do that without hitting
Well,
the 15.
That's what he
and
tried.
what
Yeah, he
did.
needed a little less.
Also, now Mason still has to deal with that 13-5. I don't know if that 13 is a problem or not, but he does have the 14 up there to help take care of that.
Yeah. 14 could go off the 5.
Realistically, he could draw off this 15 right now and play into the 5 ball.
And he's
pretty
thinking, look,
safe.
if I make this combination, he must like the 13. If he's not doing anything with it now,
Well, he
Right.
might be right here, I think. No, nope. Yeah, he must be okay with it.
maybe it just goes. He's taking a little look. I was
Hey, he
thinking,
glanced at it for
yeah,
about a
so
half
that
a
tells
second.
us
so
he's
that
gonna.
means
He's
it
just about to
goes.
play position on, get straight on the 13 ball, and show us that there's no problem here.
Gotta hit this ball pretty stiff, so he's got to make sure he puts it in the center of the hole, and he did.
Wow.
Almost like changing it up to the 10 here because he got too far on that 14.
I can roll forward on the 14. You understand it? If you can't
10 to the 11
straight
to
on
the
the 11,
14
yeah.
and out, I think. 10, 11, yeah.
slightly on the wrong side of the 11 here.
Oh, he's perfect.
Oh, to get on the 14 in the
yeah,
corner.
yeah, 14 in the corner.
Oh, okay, maybe that's what he was playing.
I think that's what I
I
was
was
playing the
just
whole
thinking,
time,
you know,
but
13, 14 goes in the side eventually.
I'll be surprised if he plays a 14 here, and he is.
Yeah, it was weird on the 11 to get on the 14 in the side.
Oh, played a little slow there, so he's got to back cut this ball into the 11.
The nice thing about this, sort
Or
of, it's a
into the
very,
corner.
very soft draw shot. You've got to get the timing right. But you don't need to hit those with much speed at all. There needs to be a little bit of draw left on the cue ball by the time it gets to the 11.
In the middle of the pocket, and good enough angle on the 8. Should have no problems here getting to 12.
He's visualizing ball to the back of the pocket. I was chit-chatting with Frog last week. Or was it the week before? It must have been. And he was telling me what he has running through his mind when he's running and shooting is one thing. And that's back of the pocket. I'm like, what do you mean back of the pocket? But he's just focused on the back of the pocket on the next shot immediately. And I think that makes, I didn't understand it at first, but that makes sense really, because obviously every shot you aim has to be aimed right. And knowing where the back of the pocket is sort of helps you, I guess, get right to the shot. So that was a rack that went sort of backwards and forwards a little bit, and Duncan did have a chance there. Duncan broke successfully on that rack. Didn't end up taking the rack. Let's see if Mason does better.
Eight in the side, I think. And the 14 in the side.
10 ball.
Oh, 10, yeah. So we got to spot up the 8. He can re-break. The rules say he can re-break if he doesn't.
The reason he probably will is I don't see a good shot. And now that he's put the 8 ball there, the 13 doesn't go. He could possibly play a 12-1 combination.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
That's a starter if he likes where he ends up with that.
I think it's good because I need to just stop there for the 6.
Yeah, and it's risky to try and break again because guess what? You might not make a ball the second time.
Yeah, I like
So
solids here really.
And they are pretty. I mean, it's a pretty successful break as long as you don't want to leave that striped pink block in the pocket.
Yeah, that's the only stipulation here is you got to hit it out.
It's almost
to the
whack
edge
it,
of
so
the
it just
one.
sort of comes away. And he's jacking up, so it shows you
Oh,
that
I like
got a bit of an
this
angle here.
better. He's going to play into the rail, which is smart. Definitely make sure
you're
that,
saying if the
that
rail
it could get in the way of the 2 at that point. They didn't.
No, you were. I know what you're saying though. You were thinking because then the ball goes away afterwards instead of hanging. It did clear, but he's got shots. He's okay here, but he's got to figure out the 5 ball now. The 5 ball and the 2 ball go in the same pocket. Tough thing about that is getting on the 5 at some point.
I like playing the 7 to a stop shot and then playing an angle so that, so he's playing an angle here, so he's going to run into that 9-5 setting for the 2. So he's going to stop the 7,
right?
Set for the 6 to play an angle off the end rail.
So he's going to, you're saying he's following with probably right-hand spin to go into the 5?
Right, yep. Little high, or the 9.
5 or the 9, yeah.
Just speed. You don't really want to hit this hard.
A little tap.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to rearrange things a little bit. Oh, no, missed it.
Well,
oh, he might have played. Oh, yeah, never mind.
5 goes. He may have just played that perfect. That might have been probably in hindsight exactly what he was playing.
He did.
Now that he's on that side of the 5 ball, you stay there for the 2, and those balls are both gone. Then he's put himself in a really good spot for that.
I was just working with a newer player this morning with this shot and holding it. So when he shoots this 5 ball, to try not to pull too far off of this line. He's considering playing the 3 because he can hold that one.
Get a slightly different angle on the 5.
Yeah, but then you're struggling to get up on the 4. So I really like playing the 5 here still.
Yeah, and of course he's the only one who knows exactly how this is sitting. But yeah, you shoot the 5 and you're trying to minimize the sideway travel on the cue ball, and that lures you into hitting the 5 ball too thick and missing it.
So a ton of right.
Hitting it too straight.
So you're going to see this hit slow with a lot of right-hand spin.
Now, Newton's second law of motion says there's an equal and opposite reaction for everything. And so anything you gain by that spin that you're describing ends up not gaining anything because,
It's not true. Throwing a ball is not true.
well,
Because you masse the ball.
well,
It's just
okay.
not true.
The fact that you're coming in
Yeah.
from a slightly different angle, yes, means that there is a way to gain an advantage with that. But the actual collision itself
No.
and the throw that's given by that spin, they cancel each other out, and you have to re-aim in order to make it, and they both sort of, you end up gaining not much. But you're right, there is a masse type effect.
But he's not looking at that. He's looking at trying to come over and play the 2 up in the high corner. Upper left-hand corner. So he's going to try and stun straight over around 2 rails. I mean, he's got to hit this ball.
Yeah, and the
Get
overhead
ready
view
for
is
a
not
stroke.
showing. He's thicker on this. He's got more angle on this ball than I was really seeing, I think. He's whacking this one, is he? Ooh.
Yeah, didn't.
Tried to get on the 2 ball the long way, didn't he?
Yeah, he just didn't quite get there.
Well, guess what? He can still shoot the 2 ball past the 9 ball and down into the long corner pocket. In fact, that's probably what he has to try. With perfect speed to stop in this tiny sliver of a window between the 14 and the 11.
Cool Life saying, just starting watching the stream again. Are there games for B player in 9 ball? Yep. Right, Mason opting for the safety.
Well, Duncan's got to be happy he got back to the table here.
Yeah, I would agree.
And he's got control.
So the answer to that Pool Life is we have our Jesters and our Knights that we can play. And since I don't know if you are a male or a female, we also have our Queen's match, which is open if you're a female.
Don't go there, girlfriend.
All right, Duncan leaving Mason the 4 ball to shoot at.
Yeah. He was supposed
Or
to
it
be.
might even have the 2 ball. I don't know.
Well, you can see the edge of the 2 ball, but he doesn't really want to free the 9. Because it's pretty tough for Mason to leave this safe if he doesn't make a ball. Taking a big breath. He's looking at the 4 ball. I'm not sure what he's doing with it.
Safety. That's a good shot.
Wow.
Well played.
Yeah, and that's a very good, that was what they would call a containing safety, where it's just enough to not give you a chance, your opponent a chance to run out. He may not have gained an advantage here, but he lived to shoot another shot.
Every shot that you shoot
Well,
that you don't sell the
I
farm.
mean, this right here is very risky because obviously he's left Mason a bank shot on the 4. The 2 ball
well,
go.
and it's a bank shot with shape. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing, is he's going to come right down here for the 2 ball.
Surprising that, really. Maybe he wants Mason to go for a few shots and give him a chance. You know, tough ones, and give him a chance to miss a ball or 2. Change the psychology of the game or something. I don't know. But if Mason makes this, it backfires.
Well, no. All right, so Pool Life, the answer I got for you is this. So as far as our Jesters and our Knights, it's like a year-long wait. You can definitely go and sign up. Actually, let's see, which one can we go to? This one. So we'll go to this view here. And if you scan that little QR code up in the corner, it'll take you to the registration. And you can register based on your Fargo rate. And you can register, and it'll put you in. And if you can travel, it's a year out. But then you got to be here every week. So if you don't want to do that, you can just go ahead and plan a trip to visit us here at the Mad Apple, because we are attached to the Clarion Inn. And if you actually show up Friday night, we have a 10-ball tournament every Friday, and then you can stay through the weekend. Sunday, we have our 8-ball tournament. And then Monday, if you make it one more day past the weekend,
Mud
we have our
wrestling.
mud wrestling. No, we have our 9-ball tournament. So, you stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You catch 3 tournaments, weeklies. It's a good time.
Good times, good times.
Clear End Inn next door has a nice dome pool. All right, Duncan said enough of this. I'm not messing around anymore. I'm going to get out of this rack.
Kind of weird, isn't it, between these 2 balls in the side pockets?
Oh, Patrick Glynn adding the link to the chat there.
Right, I was going to say, if you're watching it on your phone and then you've got a QR code, you have to move your phone really quick if you want to.
Yeah, it's tough. Oh, my goodness.
It froze together.
Well, let's see how aggressive Mason is here. I think you're going to see him play off the side of the 3 and leave it up there tight on the 11-4. Be my guess.
A little safety, you're saying. Do you risk
2
nudging
rails.
these balls at all, or do you just try not to sell out that way?
I think
He's got a bank shot with follow. Only he knows if
Yeah,
he can go into these with this shot. Be fun, wouldn't it? Follow with right-hand spin.
If you're going to get aggressive here, I think you play the 2 ball set for the 3 off the 13. If you're going to play to get out.
And maybe it's best to hang the 3 ball in that corner pocket in front of those 2 balls. Because Stripes has a tough time doing anything with that.
That's not horrible. Let's see. I would love to visit. My Fargo ranking is not accurate. Nobody's is. It's kidding. He says I'm a 544 Fargo right now, but I'm smarter than a B player.
And of course, it's an average of your entire history. So if you're improving, which hopefully we are, you would play better than your rating for sure.
Yeah, that's right. If you decide to come out here and visit us, make sure you just text me. Go to my Quickfire page on Facebook, and if you don't follow me already, please go over there and follow me. I appreciate that. Just look up Quickfire. It's the one with the flaming 9 ball.
What is Duncan going to do here? I like pushing a ball down there strategically. So Mason had a chance to put the 3 ball in front of those. I'd be thinking about tapping one of these other stripes so it goes down close to the 13 and the 4.
He's going to bank it right here and draw back a little bit.
Yeah, that's it. And he
didn't draw, though.
No,
It's
but
kind of
really,
nice.
he just like I said, that's to his advantage to get that stripe down there. He could have had it in a slightly different position, but it's still good that it's down there.
I can try.
And Mason's gonna. He's like left him a shot on the 15. Huh. It's like a 1 pocket move that was. He wanted to protect these stripes, but actually Duncan has been able to kick that 13 and relocate it into a really good spot for him. Not only that, he's managed to hook Mason. That was a really good shot that Duncan just played there. That switched the momentum and the advantage to him.
And you didn't tell me to hit replay?
I know, I was thinking about it, but
I was busy trying to share my link here. I don't know how to do that. Let's see.
but he's put Mason in a bit of spot of bother here
Oh, there it is.
because he's given himself a really nice break shot, Duncan has. Oh, wow. Look at what Mason did. Hit the button there, see if you can got that. He played a deliberate foul to get Duncan's stripe that Duncan put down there. Get it away. He's just got it away.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
And he said, but I mean, with ball, and you really wanted it on the top rail. That 12 ball, that pink ball, if it was frozen to the end rail here, it would make it a little tougher. Of course, Duncan still has a real good advantage here because he's got a break shot, so it shouldn't really be a problem. It's or at least it's a problem that he can solve. And he's going to show you how. And now you realize why that pink stripe would have been much better if he could have frozen it to the top of the middle of the rail. Still may not have made any difference if Duncan has a good angle on this 13, which he does. He's got a transition now. Well, either way, he can shoot them in either order. So he can shoot the pink stripe 12 ball first. And he's done well there. Great little safety shot that he played to develop his position, and he put Mason in
Duncan's a one pocket player, so he does play very smart pool. He can,
Well, that's right. And they had Mason and Duncan, they had that big challenge, one pocket challenge match against each other, which Mason was sort of taking the lead in, and then Duncan ended up winning. Duncan has great, you look at him and he seems so calm and cool, but deep inside,
anybody who knew Duncan in his younger years knows what he's got fire and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I guess I didn't know him back then.
I did share the link to the Quickfire page, so it goes for both Pool Life and anyone else out here that may want to go ahead and follow. I appreciate that.
Well, just when we thought we were going to have an early night of it, Duncan's coming back now, and we may be halfway through the match at this point.
5 games to 12.
And he's going to the side of the table. I think he's still hitting the head ball, is what he liked to do over here.
Yeah, head ball from the side.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's
the
that
head ball went all the way down into the corner pocket on that.
Yeah, and that's the same ball he made previously, so it's bouncing directly off the two.
I think he likes the ugly racks here. I think he doesn't necessarily want to have a wide open spread rack. Mason's running out when it is open. So I think you probably just don't want this to get completely opened up.
Yeah, I just rewatched that break. Yeah, the head ball wasn't traveling towards the corner pocket. It was going up table a bit, but it got kicked in. I don't know. I'm sure he'd be happy if these were wide open right now. Because when it's tough like this, if you don't figure this out perfectly, you run yourself into trouble. So he's got a group of stripes down table. Well, I guess the truth is the 14 ball goes. The 10 ball might go. Past the 5. Looks like he's kind of got himself in a bit of trouble there. But he's not panicking because he knows that Mason's solids are awkwardly positioned also. But this still begs the question, what is the right move here? He's not going to be able to hook Mason, but he's just deciding where on the bottom rail does he want to leave Mason. He's going to leave Mason sort of a shots on the 5 ball to kiss off, and so he's very deliberately drawn back to that spot. He was pointing at that spot before. I think he knows that Mason has to go off one side or other of this 5 ball.
Mason's
doesn't really go anywhere.
He's going to play off the 5, bring the cue ball off one rail and down to the end rail.
And make sure he
behind
doesn't
the-
break these up. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I mean,
behind that 2-6.
he's trying to lure Mason into opening up the 9 ball and the 10, or giving a pocket for it.
Maybe a year and a
that
half
five's
ago,
gonna
you'd have
stay.
seen Mason go for something
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, make sure they stay clustered together, and he's got a good safety there.
Well, he kind of leaked out there. He left the edge of the 10 ball for Duncan, so he's probably thankful. So Duncan will not be kicking. The 1-4 is not a horrible combination, but that 5 ball is definitely snugged in there until he moves the 10. Better get moving. Yeah. All right, so that clears the 5.
Yeah.
Mason's got a free shot here at the 2 ball he can just roll up into. And he's
gonna
not
play
even going
safe
to
off
take
the
it.
7,
He's just
yeah.
straight safe.
Leave the 2
Leave
ball in
the
middle
edge of the
table as a
11.
blocker.
So once again, maybe jumped out a little too far off the one side.
Yeah, because if he does hook Duncan here, Duncan has to not only hit the ball, but also drive something to a rail, and so it gets tougher and tougher for Duncan not to open these up and sell out. And these balls up table that Mason has been hiding behind, I mean, they're still here, and he wants to leave them there. It makes it, Mason's next shot, he still has a chance probably to, again, get up table here and get behind these balls.
I honestly, so far, feel as though Duncan is winning.
Doesn't want that to
this
go
battle.
in, I'm pretty sure.
Well, he didn't call
Mistake.
it, so it doesn't
No.
matter.
Yeah.
Oh, he did call it.
Oh,
All right.
really? Is he
What he
being
was
forced
trying to
into
do
playing?
there. Was he trying to get
He's-
to the
well,
14?
he's-
I don't know.
I don't know. Is he being forced into playing on because he didn't call safe? And the assumption is if you roll that ball towards the pocket, you had to have played it. 'Cause
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He didn't
honestly.
really, unless he just totally made a hash of the position. Because obviously he could have made that ball and got a break angle on this 10 ball and kept shooting, and he has a chance, and it's probably good for him to start being a little bit aggressive. But so I don't know if he was playing safe there or whether. But I mean, he wouldn't be shooting now if he'd played safe there, even if he had accidentally made it, because he would explain, "I wasn't playing that.
Yeah, and Mason
I
would
didn't call it."
take Duncan for a man of his word, I think. Let's take
Tough
a
to
second
come
to
up with
thank everybody for joining us again here at Mad Apple Extreme. We really appreciate it. Make sure you get out there and share. There's a lot of match left here. These guys, Duncan can really make a fight of this if he decides to.
It's very tough to come up with a constructive shot here for Duncan. Anyone out in the chat there got any answers as to what Duncan could do here? Yeah.
Well, I think you're going to see Mason snuggle into the 1.
Into the 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. You're saying hit the 4 and nudge him?
Mm-hmm.
Be careful you don't sell out if you do that. Got to hit it hard enough to get to a rail. But he is going into that. He's got a shot on the 7. That's... Well, he's made that ball and he's shooting.
Yeah,
and
now he's out.
he's
5
on the
ball
5,
goes.
which
Yeah.
that is a...
I think the 5 goes. 5
Right.
ball goes. Draw
He's
back
looking
to
up
the
at the
1 on
commentary box
side.
now. What's that? And he's laughing to himself and shaking his head. And he's looking. I mean, he may just be slightly got the edge of the 1 ball,
Oh, hooked on
getting
the
in his
1,
way
yeah.
here. Almost perfect, because I'm pretty sure now in hindsight that he did play that shot that he just shot, obviously.
Safety
And then
coming.
he was trying to get on the 5.
Oh, no, he did see it.
He's got it. Off the very edge of the pocket. That's all he had.
And he's got another tough one here. Even if you
Great
make
shot.
this 1 ball, you're kind of on a bad side of the 6 and the 2.
Yeah, and he's gonna have some speed on the cue ball, so hopefully come out of there because he's playing this one in the side pocket.
And he's going to play with a little left to try and push forward a little further yet.
That's a great shot.
Came out okay there.
That's a great shot.
You know, it's tough. These guys have been playing this dink around game. It's tough when you got to get back in here and stroke some shots. You know, this shot becomes a little more difficult after you haven't been hitting any real runs. So Mason's got to stay focused.
He's hit that well. He's hit that very well. He's got his choice now.
Definitely 2-ball. Draw back to where he is or a little bit further.
Yeah, get straight on the 7. For a stop shot. Unless he drew slightly past straight.
Yeah, I think he's all right.
It made it a bit weird.
Did that just get weird?
No.
Alex says, let's go. I agree. Let's go.
I'm going.
Out he goes to 13. 13-5 is the score right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we've had a few only towards the end of this match, little safety battles, and you never know what the balls are going to present to you. Lay of the table sometimes dictates the type of rack.
A little bit about Mason here. He's a 694. He's 23 years old from Menasha, Wisconsin. Shoots with a P-Shar custom cue made for him. He just redesigned one, P-Shar Rogue shaft. Also plays with a How Hard tip. He's been playing for a whopping 12 years.
Wow.
Favorite game is 10-ball, and his favorite player is Fedor Gorst. And that's a nothing on the break. Just had one of those for a little while.
Yep.
Let's take a look and see what he left for Duncan to work with. Yeah, it's a little bit of a trick there, pool life, every once in a while to catch the angles right. Perspective is a little different from
I feel that
camera.
solids are nicer here, just because where the 8 is.
Well, it looks
and
like
the
he's
9
going
solids
to
can
agree
control
with
it.
you. Going to shoot the 6.
Yeah, and if he follows forward and he can pick the one ball off, get a straightish on the 1, he can unpick these balls. And don't forget about the 8 ball, so while he unpicks these, he's got to decide whether he needs to nudge the 8, which he probably does.
Combination must look pretty good.
Yeah, not necessarily about the 8 there, because the 8, I think, goes in one of the side pockets. If it doesn't, it has no pocket.
I think it goes in the
And
right
this
side.
combination, you think
Yeah.
it goes in the side pocket?
Doesn't matter. He's going to bump it out right
Yeah.
now.
There's no reason not to give a little tap here.
We would love you to do that too. He said he'd love to come out and just buy us a drink one of these nights.
Well, what do you know?
I'm in. I'll take a brandy old-fashioned sweet.
He's got to choose at what point in this run he takes a 7 ball out, and he really doesn't want to bring the stripes into play, so he doesn't want to be going into them.
If you're not from Wisconsin, you might not even know what a brandy old-fashioned sweet is. You don't know what you're missing. Well, and if you're not from Wisconsin, at least you've never had a good brandy old-fashioned sweet.
So I don't think he's okay here. If he just plays the 2, rolls into this 8 ball, uses the 1 to get a preferred angle on the 7. The 7 ball actually could be left till last if you can make sure you get straight on it. He's shooting the 7 right now because he's on it. I don't I don't fault that. As long as he doesn't find himself a problem getting back on the 2, which he was on so nicely.
I don't know what he was doing there.
Well, it's just weird thinking about how you're going to shoot that 7 and then get on a ball after it without, he was on it in such a way that he didn't have to go into the 13.
My brain is scrambling, and I just don't see a good answer for the 2 ball at this point, short of making a really good shot on it. But let's see what Duncan's got planned.
Look at this. So here, that's actually, he has a chance now. Well, he can drift past the 8, if he can judge it right. Or does he go into the 8? Because he didn't.
I almost played the
Not
3
only did he
here,
not shoot the 2 before, but he
here,
also didn't break the 8 open. So, where does this go?
In the corner, but I don't know what he's going to do with
Well.
the 8. He must see something we're not seeing.
Anything I can see here is go 2 rails, and then you have to bank the 8 into the other corner.
Joseph Marwitz says, "Oh man, Southern Comfort Old Fashioned Suite. Never actually had that. I own a bar." Captain Coke. Oh, for you Captain drinkers out there, here's a nice summertime mix. Put a little lemonade with your Captain. It's amazing. Sounds horrible, but it's terrific. I don't even like Captain. And of course, we're talking about captain like of a boat, not drinking, because we'd hate to get gigged.
Gigged?
I don't know. Back
So
cutting
there you
that
go.
ball, setting for the bank on the 8.
That's right.
Or does it cut right past the 9? I don't know. We've been fooled before. Nope, banking it
And you
is.
can probably see from where you're sitting there, looking out the window. But
Definitely banking.
I mean, he's now probably favourite to make this bank. I mean, he's obviously a very good banker, good one pocket player.
You're going to see him roll this ball. He's not going to hit it very hard. Oop. Well, he's not going to be
And
happy
that
about
noise,
that.
if anybody heard it, was the bottom of Duncan's cue striking the ground.
What noise? He left this tough, actually.
Oh, if the 9 ball goes,
Pretty tight pocket.
he's all right.
It's as tough as you can leave it, at least, for a wide open table. Mason put it right past, I guess.
Well, he's hit that nicely.
Sets up for the 11.
Under pressure, he can still.
Just got to get that
Pain.
10-13 taken care of as soon as you can.
Yeah. If you can find a way to get in between them and straight on one of them. And this
Right
shot,
there it is.
yeah, right. He's on the 12 nicely. So follow forward and get.
13 will be next. You're too close to the 10, I think, to actually play an effective leave for the 10. So I think you're going to
I was going to say the opposite, but we'll find out.
Really?
You can never tell from the overhead view here,
Well, especially if he runs into it.
and that is what you said.
But that kind of, yeah, he's too close to the 10 to get for it. Without spinning the heck out of the ball.
And this
15.
rack will get Mason on the hill.
14, huh?
Any order you want, really. And Mason getting to the hill is going to make Duncan's comeback that much more unlikely.
Yeah, this will get him to 14 games.
Yeah, and Duncan needs to beat Mason 10-0 in the next 10 racks.
So next week, the BCAPL tournament's going on, so we aren't going to have King of the Hill on Friday night. However, we are going to do the Jesters, Knights, and Queens on Sunday, so we'll be here this week for that, and then we'll actually be here next week during the BCAPL tournament on Sunday.
Are you sure?
I am positive.
So I thought I heard Patrick say.
You are incorrect. I got a text from Patrick. When it was determined that we would not be going to BCAPL, we decided we were going to go ahead and schedule matches.
Okay.
Which we had no problem doing because there's a lot of people that don't go to BCAPL.
Yep. And you've got a 1 year waiting list, so there's got to be someone who can play.
Mason smashing that rack. Did he make a ball, though?
Negative, Captain.
That's crazy.
Now, here's a real test of determination, willpower, and obviously Duncan came all this way to play this match, and pool is his thing. And here he has a nice open table. The thought of coming back 10-0 in the next 10 racks. Better off not thinking about it. Let's just try and win this rack and break good in the next. That's all he can. And of course, there's no good thinking about the break in the next rack. You've got to think about this rack. If you don't win this rack, it's all over. Just got to figure out solids or stripes. And he's choosing to shoot the 2 ball and take solids. Nicely controlled to stay on the 4 ball there. And the solids all do have pockets. So he's got to thread the needle and just work his way around these. Because a complex sort of lay of balls like this, just because they all have pockets, there's a lot of ways to get yourself in trouble here unless you pick a nice clear route. And right there has turned an open table into one with a problematic 6 ball. And that little kiss on that ball. He's got himself in trouble. And something tells me at this stage in the match that if Duncan does have a productive way to keep shooting here, that he has an eye on breaking and solving that 6 ball, he's going to go for it and stay aggressive. And so that might be a shot on the 1 ball to go right into him. Shot on the 5 ball to follow over. And either nudge the 6 or get on the 7 ball. Whereas he can draw into the 6 and the 11 and the 6. And
I think the 10 goes. Just saying. I think the 10 goes right past that 7 ball, which is going to make this a pretty open table. Or does he have salads? I'm sorry, maybe. Oh, yeah.
No, Mason has stripes, yeah. So he's looking at the 10 ball there and thinks he's got just enough to snick it off the.
I thought it went
off the
past the
point.
7, but he decided to go that way.
Oh, yeah, no, I was thinking the middle pocket too. So and this is why I think Duncan, if he had a chance, would have probably been better off erring on the side of going for it, because a slightly misplayed safety there with Mason had all the balls on the table, so it's plus tough to play safe. And that might be the end of the match for Duncan there. Mason's wasting no time waltzing around these. You almost think a very soft rail first shot on the 15. Just catch the rail slightly first. And there it is. Just brushes the rail first to let the cue ball pop off the rail and come towards a nice angle on the 13. So he's good here. He's pointing to where he wants to be on this 9 ball in the side pocket. Is what he's going to try and play position on. Just gently roll forward a little bit. That's it. No, he's hit that one so good. I think he can just play a stop shot here.
It's looking like this might be it.
And there's the handshake.
Now
Well,
he loses the next game too. No,
Yeah, right. So now Duncan actually lost this match 16-5 instead of 15-5.
technically 17 because he forfeited the one earlier. But all right, guys. Well, we want to thank you guys for hanging in there tonight. We really appreciate it, and it was a not very close match tonight, and uncharacteristic of our main man there, Duncan Kaufman. Really expected him to come in and play a little bit stronger match than he did, and I'm sure he
didn't get a lot of chances, but yeah, I mean, the few that he did let go, he's going to tell you he didn't play good at all. And
yeah, I mean, honestly, some of
match.
the safety matches that he played, I think he actually outsmarted Mason in quite a few of those matches or those games where it got into the safety play. That's where Duncan did pick up his matches, so that's cool.
And Mason's affording himself a tiny little fist pump there.
Yeah, I mean, and he should. He played well overall. I think there were a couple of mistakes that were made, but I think overall he did. He played great.
No, he's playing good. He's dangerous. Do we know who's up? No, well, there is no next week. You just said that. The week after that.
Yep, we don't usually announce that ahead of time.
That's
do we?
right, yes. I just wanted to put
indeed.
you under the test there, and you passed. Well done.
Well, Mason
Kept
finished
secret.
that off since we were sitting here waiting. But all right, guys, we want to thank you guys very much for joining us. We do appreciate it. I didn't even get out there to say good night to Duncan. I think
he's already in his car on the way back to Madison.
No, he's got a hotel room.
Okay.
All the Kings get a free hotel room at the attached Clarion Inn next door. So all the challengers and Kings do get a chance to stay. But we mostly appreciate you guys. Thank you guys very much for joining us, and congratulations to Mason, our current king. And we want to thank Duncan again for coming out. And sorry you didn't have the night you had hoped, but we appreciate you coming to play. And anybody who's interested, please go and sign up. We're looking for more King challengers, so you guys get in the mix and get signed up. Come on and play. Thanks again, and thank you, MH.
Thanks for having me. We'll see you next time.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.